Welcome, everybody, to the special called City Council meeting for Friday, September 6th. We're going to jump right in today, and our first order of business is going to be C2, which is to discuss the proposed fiscal year 2024-25 budget and service levels.
Mayor, Council, Tammy Zimmerman, Director of Finance. Okay. This is not it?
And just
Hold
for
on a second.
clarification, I understand there's going to be three parts to your presentation. The first one is probably what most people are here to hear.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so tonight's special meeting is not a normally scheduled meeting. This meeting was scheduled based on City Council direction after receiving feedback from our budget town hall that was held on August 27th. Our budget is normally a nonstop year-round process. Some key months in this process are February, where we have our strategic planning session, where the City Council affirms our mission and our critical business outcomes and what we're to focus on. And that's the basis of building our budget. Then in July, we have some critical dates where we have a budget retreat with the City Council. We get our certified tax rolls from Dallas County, and then the city manager, as required by the city charter, produces and submits the proposed budget to the council. We have had in August, we had several meetings where the City Council reviewed the budget. We had on the 20th, our proposed tax rate vote, which we have a public hearing that's coming up on the 10th and the 17th. And then we had our budget town hall on August 27th. So tonight's special called City Council meeting, we are 2 weeks away from needing approval. We have a hard and fast deadline of the 17th in order to get our tax rate into Dallas County in order to put the tax bills out. So one other thing that I wanted to mention is in this year-round process, we did some bite-sized chunks. We discussed the major components of this budget during our May, June, and July meetings. And those major components were we got council direction on our fees, our capital projects, our debt, our revenues, our salaries, our benefits, our fixed assets, our special events, medians, and our positions. So this has been a long and busy summer, and we are going to continue on with the results of the budget town hall. So again, it's a continuous year-round process, and once we finish here, we will close our year end, we'll prepare the budget document, and we start all over. Now, our 6 strategic focus areas that are the backbone of this budget is public safety, strong and diverse economy, our connected neighborhoods, our customer service, high performance, and sustainability. Oops, that's a repeat. Okay, so how did we get to our proposed budget? Part of the journey, and this is going to kind of go forward, I don't know if I started that or not, but when we had our special called meeting on June 27th, and I'm going to go through briefly each one of these slides that are kind of flowing through up here, how this meeting came about. The proposed budget, this proposed budget, it started with a small tax rate reduction without any changes in our service levels. And this had assumed that our property values, we budgeted conservatively with 10.2 billion in assessed valuations, and that came in lower than anticipated. The internal alignments that we already had or were proposing to have in this budget, it was streamlining and finding some cost efficiencies. So on June 18th, we were already 5 months into this 8-month process for our budget. And the City Council directed, they wanted a discussion on what would it take to get a 10-cent property tax rate reduction without cuts to any of the current and existing public safety service levels, and no new fees beyond what was already discussed. This type of exercise, as recall I might have mentioned, would be effectively at least $7 million in tax cuts. And I mentioned as well at that meeting that service levels would have to change in order to achieve a 10-cent tax rate reduction. So compounding that challenge is that public safety makes up 44% of our general fund expenditures. So this required that the remaining $7 million in cuts, at least, had to come from all the other remaining departments. So doing the math, that's about, if you remove public safety, it's a little under $50 million that's remaining for our budgets. So this would essentially be about a 20% tax cut across the board. And we've been experiencing several increases in our cost to the city with our contracts for electricity, to IT, to most of our consumables. So on average, the cost increases we've been experiencing, as well as the public, is ranged from 7 to 20%. So this wasn't going to be an even 20% across the board tax cut that we could do. So that specially called meeting and this council-directed exercise to 10 cents, we went over what would a service level that we could reduce get you closer to a 10-cent tax reduction. We had discussed event cuts. We had discussed shutting down the branch connection. We had done the option of removing contracts. We had done an option of moving to a once-a-week trash service. We had done the exercise of shutting down the aquatic center. And all of these exercises that I'm mentioning, we have provided what the total dollar amount would be and how that translates into a tax rate cut. So we also looked at shutting down the recreation center, removing requested positions, stop subsidizing the trash fee, because currently Farmers Branch residents do not pay any trash fee, and then shutting down the Mansky Library, and removing bushes and landscaping, and then removing raises for all employees, and then cuts to our capital improvement program. So from that council-directed exercise at the special meeting on June 27th, we had come up with a list of cuts to achieve a tax rate. And then we had our budget town hall on August 27th to review the budget with the residents, and they provided feedback and they included their concerns, and we'll go over those in a slide coming up. And that is why we're having this this meeting tonight. The purpose of the meeting tonight is to go over that feedback. So again, after our June 27th special session, some of the items that staff was directed to cut from the budget in order to achieve a tax rate reduction were some of the events. We had a reduction in facility hours, and we had a community garden where we're paying only for the water. These were the changes that were proposed for the city facility hours, and they were presented on a bigger bulletin board that we have outside the lobby area. We also had the Citizens Collection Center, and we'll go into a little bit more detail on that one. We had trails, we removed $100,000, and we would look at other opportunities in seeking grants and other funding sources. Removed Parks Master Plan for about $400,000. We did remove the Branch Connection bus. That was going to be a cost of $120,000 to purchase new. We reduced our contract services by $60,000, and we have a different mosquito approach where it was a reduction on our cost of $50,000. And that was a move from a reactive approach to a more proactive, where we do prevention and education. And again, I'll talk about that here in just a few minutes. So mosquito spraying, and I'm not going to read the actual scientific name of mosquito. I'm just going to say BTI. So the proactive approach is what we're considering, or what we have proposed in this fiscal year 24-25 budget. And that is, treating the areas where we have mosquito breeding. And if we have any questions on that particular program, I do have some experts out here in the audience with our department heads. Then the Citizen Collection Center, the two items on the very bottom of this list are the items that we are discontinuing the service: the clothing and textile drop-off and the compostable materials collection. The other remaining ones, the electronic recycling, the bulk item collection, the recyclable material collection, and the used cooking oil collection, there will still be events for those particular removals. They're just being consolidated in more of a, maybe a quarterly fashion. So this was the feedback that we had received after the budget town hall, and I'm just going to leave that up here for a few minutes, or maybe 1 minute. So we did have good attendance at our budget town hall. It's part of our public process and being transparent. And so it was a lot of good feedback. And that's in part why we're here this evening. And as part of the budget process, the tax rate. What I wanted to provide with this slide is the value of the penny. So when we're discussing any kind of tax rate cut, for every penny, the city is cut about $1 million. And it's reflected as about $35 for the average home in Farmers Branch. And again, I'm going to point out that our property taxes, the bulk majority, it's actually closer to 74%, is paid by our commercial. 27% is your residential. So again, as the mayor mentioned, this is kind of a three-part discussion. I wanted to open it up to discussion with the council before we go on to some changes that are presented with the proposed budget.
Thank you, Tammy. Council, I'll open the floor for questions for Tammy and/or staff. Councilman Roman?
Can you go back to the slide where you talked a little bit about the history?
Which,
One before. That one. Okay. So I think I appreciate you going through this process here of kind of laying out how early the discussions had started and kind of where we are today. And I think everybody here appreciates hearing from residents, but I think what's really important And maybe as a lesson learned situation here is just that engagement should start early on. I think one of the things that I've learned throughout being on city council is that many of the decisions that are being made start a while ago, way before things start to come together in a format like this. But I just want to encourage anybody out there who has strong feelings about the impacts of the budget as it stands now to engage with us throughout the year, now knowing how the process works, because that's why we got to where we are today. There are people on one side who want a tax reduction. I remember when I walked for my campaign, there was quite a bit of people who had expressed interest in wanting to see some sort of tax relief and wanting to see us make very good business decisions as it relates to administering the expenses of the city. And so we take that seriously, and I know I certainly do as well. And throughout the process, I've had communications with a lot of people that have reiterated exactly that. And so here we are with a budget that reflects that. And now that doesn't necessarily mean that that is exactly how every single person in the city feels, but it's through engagement that we end up getting to a budget that everyone is happy with. And so just knowing that, start engaging with us in February. I really like to hear from residents. I get excited when we have town halls. I know I have my town hall every October. And in fact, the first town hall that for the budget that we ever had was I held in 2022, 4 months into being a council member, just to elicit feedback from residents. But reach out to us, engage with us. We want to hear from you. I think the last thing that we want is for a lot of residents to come and express discontent with something that we're doing. But I think just keeping up with us. And I think many of us have our cell phone numbers out in the open, so text us, call us, let us know. I think any of us are happy to meet. And I made a specific commitment to myself that if anybody reaches out to me, I will always respond. I think anybody in my district knows that if they reach out to me, I respond. If not within minutes, I'll respond the same day, probably pretty late in the day if I'm really busy. But nonetheless, I will always respond, and I always follow up and make sure that any problems that exist are addressed. So reach out to us and just continue to engage with us throughout the year and let us know what's on your mind and how you'd like this city to look from your perspective, because that helps us better balance out the different opinions. Because if we're just hearing from one side of the table, then we end up with a budget that a lot of people might be unhappy with. And I think luckily we had a town hall where we were able to really sit down and have a conversation with each other and recognize that we have heard from some people who are on one side of the pendulum that really want a tax reduction. And it looks like we needed to consider more people on the other side who necessarily don't want a tax reduction. And so that gives us an opportunity to sort of find a better compromise that maybe doesn't make one side 100% happy and maybe another side not 100% happy either, but somewhere where we can meet in the middle and just arrive at a good compromise. But hey, the process starts in February, and so, after this budget, I hope that each of you will reach out to your council members and just tell us, what are the things that are important to you? What are the things that you want to see happen in the city? Because we're going to have another strategic planning retreat discussion happen in February. And I know that I take the opinions of all my residents to heart, even those that are not in my district. I like to meet with all of you guys too. I consider all of you friends, and so anytime there's a large gathering or a town hall or something, I always tell my husband, I'm like, oh hey, we're late to go meet our friends, because he's usually in the shower running late, and he's like, friends, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, all the friends that are waiting for us at the event. So truly, I appreciate opportunities to interact with all of you. Now, one thing I did not see in here, I know that we started with a discussion, which was like like the road to 3 cents or the journey to 3 cents. And so I was looking for that because that came and then we had the council directed exercise to 10 cents. And while you're looking for that, I'll kind of explain the 10-cent thing a little bit. I think it might have gotten misinterpreted. And so let me take a step back to sort of explain where that came from. Because I asked for it. And one of the things that I have found every year is that many of us, and I know including myself, are pressed by some very vocal residents to achieve some sort of tax reduction or tax cuts or just eliminate waste. This seems to be the theme sometimes. And sometimes when you are not in our shoes, it seems very easy to achieve 10 cents and 20 cents because when you think about it, I can pull out a quarter in my hand and that's 25 cents, but that's not really what that means. And so 10 cents seems like a very easy thing to do. So what I wanted to do is I wanted our team to invest some time and energy into not just educating us as the residents and council members, but the rest of the community to better understand what does 10 cents actually look like? Is it that easy, or are there hurdles that we're going to have to overcome, or is the road to 10 cents, does that create so much heartburn that we don't even want to have that discussion again? But luckily, all of these meetings are public and they're recorded, so they're available to be rewatched. So the investment, I think, in the time hopefully provides some returns later in the future for the next time somebody requests something as significant as that achieving something like that is probably a little bit unrealistic. But that's all the intent was, because I think a lot of times we know a lot of information about what goes on in the interworkings of the budget. In fact, Tammy, you and I spent 4 hours, it seems like, going line by line through the budget, and we've done that every year since I've been elected. And there's a lot to it. I have a good understanding of it, but that doesn't mean that my understanding necessarily relates to everybody in the public. So I wanted to make sure that we emphasized the difficulty that it takes to get to 10 cents. And I think this year we've experienced how difficult it is to achieve any reduction above 3 cents, just given the way that the market has progressed. But do you have the 3 cent, the road to 3 cent slide? Because I think that's where we started. And much of the decisions, I think, started from there.
What meeting was that at?
So this was the presentation at that special called meeting. So the journey to 3 cents. And that's where
And
we
can you-
did have.
Can you talk about how this was put together?
So as we go through the budget process and knowing that there was a strong desire for a budget tax rate cut, we worked with all of our departments, tried to find some savings, some realignments, some efficiencies. So this was produced with our executive team members as we go through and see what is it that isn't maybe completely necessary, what can be streamlined again, consolidated, or outsourced. So this is where we had the journey to 3. So when it was asked for the 10 cent, that's where I said there's that $7 million delta. So we had discussions with all of our departments where I believe the Citizens Collection Center, again, that's going to be kind of reconfigured to where that will be more of an event-based instead of a drop-off, where it would be a savings of a position and the operation of that facility. There would be a significant savings of close to $83,000. Then the reduction in some of the hours was also discussed. Reducing some of the events. It was more of consolidating some events that were doubling up. I believe there was 2 Halloween in the parks, and again, our Parks Department can confirm those. The branch connection bus, 120,000, we had discussed different ways of doing field trips for our seniors, doing more in the city of Farmers Branch rather than outside the city limits. We also have a brand-new branch connection that's being built, so we want to be able to utilize that. We have the removal of the Fountainhead Wood Chapel in Valley View, and that was all discussed during the special meeting. So some of these stayed, some of these were removed. Canceling of commerce contracts, I believe that was one of the chambers that was no longer in existence. Removal of the City Hall fountain, as you can see outside, it's barricaded and it cost us significant operation cost each year for repairs. We had some blade entryway monuments. Those are the big signs. Those are expensive. We had done significant amounts in replacing those signs before, so we were coming up with some alternate ways in order to provide for those. We had, in last year's budget meetings, had a ordinance that provides a trash fee. It was supposed to be effective October 1st of this year, where it was $5 per month for our residents and then $2.50 for our seniors. So that would help with our landfill closure post-closure, and that would go directly to that restricted fund to pay for the eventual closure of the landfill and the continuing cost in closing the landfill. So that was implemented, and that would provide that savings where it's no longer paid for out of the general fund. It's from a fee that was charged to our residents. And then the city clinic, that will be discussed here in a little bit. We are still trying to get out of that contract. It hasn't served our employees very well. So that was part of that journey to 3, as well as some of the realignments and moving to our debt. We're going to be issuing certificates of obligation. So instead of outright purchases of $5 million directly from our maintenance and operating component of our tax rate, we were moving that over to our debt tax rate. It wasn't going to, again, so this tax rate cut, which we have in the proposed budget of 2.75 cents, it's the overall tax rate. So our INS, or what's called the tax rate portion of the property tax rate, wasn't going to go up significantly. And then we had discussed the Rose Garden and Community Gardens. Most of that was put back in.
Okay. And can you go back to the previous slide, please? So whenever it was recommended for the reduction of hours of the rec center, aquatic center, branch connection, and then it looks like historical park has a asterisk on it. How did you guys arrive at that recommendation?
So I am going to pull up our Director of Parks.
Okay.
Robert Davis, Parks and Rec Director. Thanks, Councilman. We looked at, when we were charged with kind of looking at some reductions, we looked at the hours at each of those facilities and what our highest use and lowest use were to kind of come up with, so that's kind of the process we used. So it was really more based on attendance. And and we looked at each of those facilities for that. And it was an exercise for all the staff to be able to come up with some of those hours. And I have staff here if you have any other specific questions other than that.
How did you gauge attendance? Like, do people have to swipe into facilities?
Correct. So for the rec center, for the aquatic center, we have memberships at both of those facilities. And so when those residents check in and out, we also have programs going on at the certain times. So for example, at the rec center, typically we were looking at evening times, Sundays. Those were usually our lower attendance days for those facilities.
Okay. And I think I mentioned this earlier, I think one of the things that I want to try and achieve is some sort of compromise and to achieve kind of a middle ground, right? Like recognizing that there are people on both sides of the aisle, some who want a tax reduction and some who don't, and some who don't mind seeing certain facility hours reduced, and some who'd want that or don't care, and some who don't want to see that. So as I was kind of thinking about this and kind of digesting some of the feedback from the town hall, one of the things that I asked people is I said, hey, what is one of those really critical things that stand out in the top and like top of mind that you feel very passionate about? And so I kind of try to think about those things as I thought about what I wanted to recommend. And I'm of course just one person, but we'll see what others say. But I think for me, I'd like to see the rec center hours and the branch connection hours brought back in to the budget. Now, with the understanding that, I want to make sure that the residents know that we always look at the data. Like, this is not a one-time thing. We are always constantly looking at the data to identify appropriate service levels, right? We're looking at whether we need to reduce the hours or if we need to expand the hours based off of the needs of the community. And our community continues to evolve and change, and maybe at some point we'll have a need for more expansion of hours or even a second facility at some point. Who knows? But, we want to see people use our services. We want to see people use our facilities. We want people to enjoy them. And so help us make it easier to justify the cost of operating these facilities by continuously attending and invite your family and your friends, encourage them to use them. And you know what? I'm guilty of this too. I have a membership, but I can't tell you how many times I go to the rec center. I probably go once a month, if that, or if there's an event, I'll go there, of course, but I don't necessarily go for the, working out or whatever. I go to hang out with some friends, but, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we're utilizing the services that are available. And let's see, so I talked about rec center hours, branch connection hours. I'd like to see those brought back in, but I want to make sure that we're keeping tabs on the usage of those. And also for the community garden, I know that from what I'm hearing, and I'm trying to kind of also understand their needs, this has come at much of a surprise to them in the way that they operate things and the negative impact that it would have to kind of necessarily cut off so quickly. And I understand that. And so one of the things that I had talked to somebody associated with the community garden about was sort of what are their needs? And they listed their needs out. But I think I want to maybe recommend something a little bit better. I think what I'm hearing is they don't have any organizational structure set up. Like, they're not a 501c3. They don't have funding sources. This is not something they've ever had to do before. And I empathize with that situation. And so I wanted to see if we can give them maybe a longer runway to figure those things out. So maybe this is something that can also be brought back into the budget for the next fiscal year, and then we can kind of touch base with them and see how things are progressing. And for anybody who's associated with the community garden, I may not have mentioned this before, but not only am I a CFP, but I also have a specialization in charitable financial planning. So I'm certainly happy to work with you free of charge, of course, to help you establish yourself as a 501c3 if that is of interest to you, because I can understand how that might be a new territory to charter on your own. So certainly happy to aid in whatever way I can with that. And then the last thing is I was thinking about the events. I didn't have many people who sort of mentioned events to me, but the people who did were quite moving. And given that we're kind of taking a step back from a lot of these events, I think it presents an opportunity that staff isn't going to be overwhelmed with all of the events that are going on. And we already have a multicultural committee that assists with preparing the multicultural event. So I wonder if we can maybe pivot, kind of using that committee to kind of help guide our decisions on what kind of events. You know, maybe we figure what budget we as a council are comfortable with, and then kind of allow them to figure out how we can best allocate the resources to have events, and then and the types of events and when they happen, so that we as a council are not sort of subject to the, you know, making the same decisions. And maybe we'll have a lot of angry residents again, but I think by having the resident involvement at the fundamental beginning stages of kind of rebuilding the way our events look, I think is important. I mean, we haven't changed our events for probably a very long time, so I think maybe it was a good necessary pause and reset of expectations and what our community needs, because we've changed so much. So those are just some of the thoughts that I had and I wanted to share with the council, and that's basically it. But you know, if any more come, or if, you know, other conversations or ideas pop up, I might chime in. But that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Councilman Baird?
Thanks, Tammy. Could you go to the slide called budget reductions? I just had a clarification question, which I
Is
know
it
the answer to.
In this
but-
presentation?
Well,
or
I'm looking
on
at
the
my
previous
iPad
one?
that
Okay.
has, I'm sorry, yeah.
It's page 3 of the original
Okay.
presentation.
Yes, let's see.
No. Budget
The next one, right there, I think.
reductions, okay.
So just to clarify, and I already know the answer, I'm pretty sure, but like in the second section where it says indoor pool by 14 hours, that's per quarter, per year, per month, per day?
It was 14 hours, the weekly.
Okay, that's what I figured. I
Those
just want
those are
to,
all weekly.
Okay.
So 9 for the rec, 8 for the branch connection, and 4 for the library.
so I was asking mainly just so everybody here and everybody watching could clarify that. And then there was a section that you went through, I think you said the slides were rolling by automatically, where it was the proposals after we had asked for what 10 cents would look like.
It was after, okay. This one?
Yes, I think so. Let me look here. Okay, so I'm asking this just for the record and for clarity, not making any, and I want to ask Ben and you, did anybody on this council ever request that we shut down anything in the city, the branch connection, anything like that?
No, the request, because the large amount of the request, it had to be big budget items. There's not a way to cut little pieces out in most cases and make a significant budget impact. So
Sure.
it's basically cutting off an arm, and that's all it or
Sure.
nothing.
I just wanted, I hear things from residents, and there were statements made that we were asking for you to shut down facilities. Did anybody on this council ever ask you to shut down a facility?
No, there was
Okay.
never a request to shut anything down, just for the large amount, which those would be, unfortunately, those are the only pathways. It's big cuts
Okay.
to get there.
Understand. Thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, I will say I never heard any council member request to close any facilities. The request was made of what would 10 cents look like?
Right.
And that's the exercise that the council went through, or that the staff went through, I'm sorry, and then presented that information. So, you good?
Oh, yes, I'm done.
Okay, very good. Councilman Reed?
Thank you. I want to thank Councilman Roman for the great soliloquy there. You, unfortunately, you stole a lot of my thunder.
You can say it again.
Next time, start with me.
Say it again.
No, but after the town hall that we had last week, and in the last week or so, I've received a lot of feedback from folks. And again, to amplify what Councilman Roman said, it helps us to get feedback much earlier in the process so we can guide things better. It's easier for us to help produce a budget that is more acceptable to folks. It gives us a better idea of where folks are leaning. With that being said, I think the Budget Town Hall was a great success. We got a lot of great feedback. We got a lot of information as far as where people's heads were at, what was important, what was not important. And the three things on the top of my list that I started off the day with were revisiting the rec center hours, branch connection hours, and community garden. I was cornered by someone very passionate regarding the community garden at the Budget Town Hall, and the information was fantastic. The passion was incredible, and for the amount of money that we're talking about, I think it provides a lot of benefit, not only to the city and the residents, but also the great work that they do for MetroCrest services, the donations that go there. So it goes beyond Farmers Branch. So it has a much larger impact. And if that's something we're going to be known by, I think that's a great, great idea. Those were the three main things I was looking at. The other thing I want to point out as well, a lot of the feedback I got was regarding that we're going to stop mosquito spraying and monitoring. As was pointed out on one of the slides, that was never our intent. Our intent was to not be reactive and just, shotgun blast spray everywhere all over the city. It was to target it, be more precise, continue the monitoring. When an infected mosquito is found, we address that area. And then if an individual is found to be infected, then we pull in is it the county or?
There's processes, but
Yep.
yeah, there's other layers of government.
Yeah, there's other layers of government that we'd pull in and do more of a global spraying. Fortunately, we have not had anyone in the city who's been infected, and the proactive activities of addressing the breeding areas and the target fogging seems to have been effective so far. So that was never an intent of removing that process, just to make it more effective and more efficient. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilman Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. Being one of the newer councilmen up here, I just want to convey similar thoughts that Councilman Roman mentioned, and that is, as I went door to door campaigning, the overwhelming number one item mentioned to me was a desire for a tax reduction, a tax rate reduction. And so I'm happy that we've gone through these evolutions, but the question becomes, at what cost? At what cost does this tax rate reduction cost to our residents and our citizens? So it's very challenging to get to such a tax rate reduction, and I'm glad of all this resident participation. And as Councilman Roman mentioned, it's important to have that participation throughout the year, not just during budget time. So that would be very much helpful. So I would also concur, some of the thunder's been taken out of the room here, but I would also concur that we need to reevaluate the bringing back those hours for the rec center branch connection places and see if we can somehow get more creative and maintain those hours. I've gotten some resident feedbacks very concerning that would like to maintain those hours. In addition to that, I've gotten quite a bit of feedback regarding the Halloween in the Park event. Seems to be a very popular event. And I'd like us to see if we can somehow bring that back, or maybe charge some kind of a fee or some dynamic way to work that program, maybe get creative in some way. I don't know.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think one of the challenges, and I would assume this would be for next year, because at this point, we're kind of late in the game to do any
Right.
Halloween
I
this year. But
understand.
correct, if there was some desire to have that event back, we could look at some kind of evolution of Halloween in the Park's been around a long time. I worked here 30-plus years ago, and we
Right.
had Halloween in the Park. So it's an event that's been part of the community for quite a while. So, but so we see the need for it, but we can,
Yeah, that-
whatever the council would want to do, we can make that work.
I appreciate that. So, one last item worth mentioning, or I'd like to bring up and discuss, is the Citizens Collection Center, the closing of that facility. I've gotten quite a bit of feedback from residents who have a great desire to have that facility remain open. And to that end, I'd like for us to somehow work on that idea of having it open for the residents, or again, maybe charging them a fee for use or something in that regard. I know there's been some discussions about reutilization of that area for various things, but the feedback I've gotten from many residents is that there's strong desire to try to maintain and keep that facility open in some way. And so I'd like us to maybe rethink that in some way and see what we can do to help with maintaining that. And then just to follow up on the last couple of few things, I just want to reiterate, it's my current understanding that the fountain at Valley View and Webb Chapel will not be altered or modified or changed or withdrawn. The fountain at Webb Chapel?
The what?
Fountain?
Fountain.
Just want to mention that, the Brother Eddie thing. And there were you made a mention of the city entryway signs. They are not going away, correct? They're not being taken down or
They're not being
removed.
taken down, but we're not spending the hundreds
Okay.
of thousands to put more in.
Some residents have some concerns that those signs were being removed or taken down, and that is not the case. Those signs will remain, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then just real quickly, the Rose Garden is not going away. It's not being shut down.
Correct.
Nor is the community garden center. So, and that's pretty much all I have for now.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tammy. I think every budget process needs to start out with the goal of reducing taxes for residents. It'd be arrogant to not start from that position. Give some of your money back. But it's a starting point, and it makes for a very healthy process. Whether it was 3 cents or 10 cents, I would never have thought to have gotten a room full of residents on a Friday evening to talk about budget here. So thank you for being here tonight. A couple of call-outs in this. Tammy, if you could go to the schedule of hours slide. I have a couple of questions. Robert, you may want to come back up there. If we look at the aquatics natatorium, there's a closure in the middle of the day. From 1 to 3, that facility is closed to residents and users. Is there staff still there working? Are they going somewhere else to work?
This really affects mainly part-time staff, so we'll still have full-time staff available. We just would have no need for part-time staff to man the front desk and lifeguards at the pool area. So, yeah, our full-time staff, it wouldn't impact them. It'd be our part-time staff, which is what a majority direct the pool branch connection. It's mainly targeted at reducing some of that part-time staff.
Okay. And the usage during that time of day clearly was the lowest usage,
Correct.
but were there people that are not able to use it during those hours now, that they are now?
You mean is
Or
there?
some, I'm sorry, I didn't
It's
say that
okay.
very well. Are there residents that use the aquatic center during those hours that will no longer be able to use it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So the aquatic center, if I did my math correctly, is roughly $2,900 an hour, because a 14-hour cut is a $40,000 savings. That's $2,900 an hour. If we look at the library, in contrast, the library is about $21,000, almost $22,000 an hour to operate. If we're going to cut 4 hours and save $85,000.
Some of that 84, I will say, some of that 84 is the material costs. I believe it's about 55 for just the staffing. So it's a little, it's not quite but we put the whole amount, so we would count for all of that.
When you say material costs.
Correct. So there's some material costs as part of that contract, and so it was a reduction in some of the material costs.
Okay,
So that encumbers all those costs.
okay, understood. So Tammy, again, hoping that my math is correct. If everything on slide 3 and everything on slide 5 were put back in the budget, we didn't make any of these reductions, we'd be looking at about $1.1 million added back into the budget, correct?
You caught me without my 10 key.
That's okay.
Um.
I did the math here, so that it's $1 million. And a penny is $1 million,
Correct.
roughly. Okay. So if we made no cuts, we could still reduce the tax rate by $0.0175.
Correct.
Zero. If we restored all of this, and I don't know that I necessarily favor that as much. You know, perhaps the gap at the editorial makes sense. The reduction in library hours, we're just carving off a late night hour from 8 PM to 9 PM, 4 days of the week. So if that usage is really low, then that to me makes sense. But it seems to me that we could restore the majority of these cuts back into the budget and still have a fairly strong tax rate reduction. And for the record, I really don't care. It's $100 a year to me. And for most people in this room, I'd suggest it probably is meaningless. But as my fellow council members have said, that's not everyone's scenario across the city, and we're here to represent everyone. But that being said, if we restored all of this, realizing now Halloween in the Park is, the train, that ship has sailed, right? So there's $60,000 in next year's budget. We could restore almost all of this and still have a pretty healthy tax rate reduction. Okay. That's the clarity that I wanted to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I have just a couple of comments. I wanted to hear what everybody else had to say first. And, you know, the mayor has the luxury of being able to comment. He does not have the luxury of voting. So I'm hoping that we can find some common ground on this. And after I speak, then I'm going to invite citizens to come up for citizen comment. But, you know, I've said all along, I manage for appropriate level of service delivery, not for tax rate cut. That's been the way I approached being on council for 6 years, and I would hope that others see that. I do believe that the staff did appropriate homework in looking at data and not just coming up and pulling things out of the air to put on a sheet of paper to make it look good. There was data that was reviewed when these things were presented. As Councilman Jackson said, the amount of savings is not an exorbitant amount of money for each house. We probably created more angst than anything by the proposed savings, but I think it's something that people want to see. They want to know that your elected officials are looking out for your dollars and that you are being physically responsible. And so it's important that we go through and ask these questions. I would go back to slide 5. There, yeah. So there are a couple of things here, and I think it's important, and I'm probably as guilty of this as anybody else who put out a newsletter or so-called newsletter or email blast or whatnot. You know, I listed what was in the flyer to provide the facts, not my opinion, because it's not about what I think, it's about what you all think. But we also heard loud and clear at the Bond Town Hall what a lot of people thought. And the yellow stickers that were shown said, you know, don't lower my taxes. Well, how often do you hear that? But in this case, you might be right. So, but there are some things when you look at this list, and granted, most of us up here are privy to more discussion than what has been presented to the public. We've had months to work on this, and we have knowledge of the budget that maybe the public doesn't have. So when you look at the Citizens Collection Center, staff will be presenting some opportunities to sort of reconfigure the way we handle those items. The Trails Plan still has money in it, still has money going to it. We're just reducing that funding by $100,000. The Parks Master Plan, reducing the funding by $400,000. I believe that account has $1.2 million in it already. And so we would be adding 200 to bring that up to $1.4 million. The branch connection bus, I understand from talking with staff and city attorney, not you, there's a huge liability operating that as the branch connection. If they're going to go on charter trips or whatnot, they need to charter a bus. That way it's properly insured, and then those that are participating in that are actually bearing the expense for that. So somewhat makes sense. The contract services, I'm a huge supporter of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm a huge believer that our city needs to be a part of the Chamber of Commerce. But I understand that Chamber of Commerce, which is under new management, if you will, and has been reconfigured, has not presented a program to our council. And so I just spoke to them earlier this morning about that. The mosquito approach is modifying the way we treat for mosquitoes, and it's actually a savings of $50,000 from the way I'm understanding it. And so not everything that was necessarily added back, it doesn't even amount to $1 million. So that amount's going to be somewhat less. And if you go to slide 3, okay. So when we start talking about the events, the decision was made earlier in the year by this council to reduce the number of events, reduce the wear and tear on staff, reduce, some of these events are very expensive to produce, and just take a look at that whole program and see what could be done. But same point, or on the other hand, I guess, Farmers Branch is known as City in the Park. We're known for our events. Okay, we're known for our great parks, and hopefully we're known for our really nice medians. So, when we look at maybe these events as a whole, does it make sense to add some of them back? Yeah, it probably does. Halloween in the park is a big event, so I don't have a problem with adding that back. And people really like the Denton Drive concert series, but we're not at Denton Drive anymore. That's at the historical park, so I'm fine. However we handle that, I think could make sense. The hours, that was one of the biggest concerns from folks that I spoke to at the town hall, the budget town hall, was the hours that facilities were going to be reduced by. And again, data drove that. In one of the examples that we were presented, I believe they had, on a consistent basis, 2 users with 5 staff. That equation really doesn't work, but we're in the customer service business. So we need to figure a way to make it work. The community garden, city's still paying for the water and providing that. We're just not going to be providing staff and supplies to assist with that. I thought the idea presented earlier, maybe to give them a little bit more time so they could try to achieve a 501c3 status, that idea has merit and probably worth investigating a little bit. So, council, what we need to do is come to consensus on these items so we can give staff good, clear direction on what to do, because our runway for getting the budget approved is running out. And I know you all know that. So, having said that, we do have a number of people that have signed up to speak. And I want to give everybody their opportunity to speak. That's one of the reasons why I called this meeting. I ran on making sure your voice was heard. So we're giving you the opportunity to be heard. So what I'd like to do is I will call you up and know that you have a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Please, if somebody has already made the points that you have, don't feel obligated to come and speak. We've already heard it. But 3 minutes, when the light turns green, go. When the light turns red, please stop. No disparaging remarks towards any member of a board or a commission, city council, or city staff. Our first speaker will be Robert Stewart. And next up, just so you know, will be Vicki Harrison.
All right, thank you. My name is Robert Stewart. I live at 3606 Vineyard Way. Some of the stuff that I've talked to y'all have addressed, I'm just going to run through this because I've got it all written down. I recently became aware of a proposed tax reduction of my home of 2.75%, 2.75 cents per $100 of value. So my taxable value through Farmers Branch is $495,276. So I'd receive a reduction of $136.80 or $11.35 a month, and I understand that's going to be reduced by $5 to pay for the trash fee now. Then I discovered that this reduction could be paid for by reduction of the rec center, the pool, the branch connection, and the Manskett Library hours. 35 hours a week, or 1,820 hours per year, and the most attended event, Halloween in the Park. Under further investigation, the number of households in the Farmers Branch is 17,952. Owner occupied is 6,633, or 37%. So renter occupied is 11,301, so our 63%. So it's like, I hear a lot about everybody wants a tax reduction, but the majority of the people in Farmers Branch are renters. In the last several years, membership at the rec center have tripled. The cost recovery at the rec center for the past quarter is 115%, and the aquatic center is 120%. Why would we want to cut services for facilities that are paying for themselves and providing services that the community provides? So I just feel that we ought to take a hard look at why we might be cutting taxes for 37% of the community and reducing services for 60% of the community. What's our priorities? And another thing y'all really hit on, I just found out about all these budget things within the last 2 weeks, and we need more engagement, like starting in February. So if I've been aware of this in February, I could have started talking to my councilman back in February about these things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up is Vicki Harrison. And when you do come up, please state your name and address, followed by Mike Harrison.
Vicki Harrison, 3706 Ridge Oak Way, Farmers Branch, Texas. One thing that I think is very, very sad is, yes, we've been known as the city of the parks, but have you driven around? They have ripped out the grass in medians. That's not a lie. They put down this ugly business because it's not in the budget to mow them. Now, I have word for word that information from the individuals that run that department. So this is not hearsay or conjecture, and the city looks nasty in many areas. Ben, City Manager Ben Williamson, you used to say that it was very important for the entry to the city to be welcoming. I suggest you enter the city down Marsh Lane. They've decimated shrubs. Last year, we had to water the shrubs. They didn't water it. Wasn't in the budget. So when you talk about the $1 million not being much, maybe you could invest the $1 million in the city having amenities, to consider not having the fountain. We don't have very many aesthetics any longer. And I don't know if you don't get it, but I see a lot of information from residents asking why it appears that the city is allowing things to die by not watering them. And so they have actually torn out things that were planted in the medians, flowers that do enhance the city. So I would like the city council to address that, and none of that has been discussed in any of these budget talks as to why we're getting such a cut in those sort of aesthetics and amenities. And the other thing about cutting the hours, if only 2 or 3 people are using the facility, I think that's ridiculous. You may feel like, okay, we have to serve all those people. Well, there are a lot of things a lot of us would like to have. But I don't think it's fair to the other citizens, and it doesn't concern me that usage one way or the other, to accommodate that few individuals. I also think the city needs to start looking at the demographics of the city. What demographic are you addressing most of your expenditures to? What age group? What economic group? And those are never, ever discussed anymore. So I would hope that in the budget talks, there would also be more information, because in the past, until actually the last 2 years, there were very, very, very detailed data in charts, tables, and everything as to the budget.
Thank you.
And how it's being spent.
Thank you.
We don't have that anymore.
Next up is Mike Harrison, followed by Mike Weaver.
Mike Harrison, 3706 Ridge Oak Way, Farmers Branch, Mayor, City Council. I have a question it's pretty much on hearsay that I've heard from individuals stating that there's a proposed fee that's going to be assessed to the water bill to help offset the landfill. Looking at the budget, it's probably buried, but I've not really dug into it, so I don't know. I've heard amounts of $60. I've heard other amounts of $25 being assessed per month. Looking at the total amount, that's up to $720 to $300 a year for a fee that should have been addressed by future city council. I know they kicked the can down the road. We're now faced with a predicament that decisions have to be made on what to do with the offset for the landfill charges. To me, I think it's ludicrous to assess citizens an amount greater than $5, $10, but which we'll all moan and complain, we'll go ahead and pay, but anything greater than that, I think is ludicrous. And I think we need to redress that proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for your comments. I'll just clear that up real quick.
Okay.
So in the proposed budget, there's a fee by ordinance for trash. It's $5 for non-seniors per month and $2.50 per month for seniors. And that's in the proposed budget that council's considering, but there's no $50, $60 per month. It's $5 per month for non-seniors, $2.50 a month for seniors.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Weaver, followed by Chuck Zabarek.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Weaver. I live at 13218 Glad Acres Drive. I think a lot of this has been covered, Mayor, but I would like to thank the council for its diligence going through. But as I look at all the numbers, I'm still coming down to $900,000 out of a $167 million budget and $8 a month. And I wish I could go through McDonald's and spend $8 a month easy one time. So I would encourage you to not proceed for $8 a month with these particular cuts. I appreciate again the efficiency. I don't want to pay any more taxes. I don't want to feel like my money's being wasted, but I don't. And for $8 a month, I would say don't cut. And I think that's a pretty common sentiment around here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Chuck Zabarek, followed by Joseph Reigel.
My name is Chuck Zubarek. I live at 13219 Glad Acres Drive. I've lived there for 32 years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council and fellow citizens for listening to me tonight. I have a few comments about the budget process, which I've become aware of recently. I'll start with landscape. It has deteriorated in the city continuously for the last half a dozen years. And most of it goes back to not watering. There are trees all over the city that are dying from it. A good example is on Valley View, where it butts up against Marsh Lane. There's a strip of cedar trees there, about 30 trees, 50 years old or better. They're all dying. Shrubs on the other side of the street, same thing. And it's for lack of water. I don't know whether it's in the budget or if it's neglect by employees. I don't know. I just know we need more water. This is supposed to be a city and a park, and I don't want it to look like Addison or Phoenix, Arizona. If you look at the mediums, when the plants die, they're putting in either drought-resistant desert plants or they're putting in rocks. I don't want to see that. I want to see a city where we have a park. My second area is the City Collection Center. This decades-old city service is the cheapest means possible for trash collection, as that citizens do all the work at our cost. If you vote to close the center, the same trash will shortly appear on the curbs. It'll be unsightly. It'll pile up all over the city, and it'll require significant expense from the city to pick it up. It doesn't make any sense. The collection center is a valued and much appreciated city service to many of its residents. I use it maybe half a dozen times a year. Why would you want to be remembered as a council that took this service away? I don't think it makes any sense. What I would like someone to answer is, What is the projected yearly cost for the city to collect all the trash the citizens now take to the collection center for free? And will the bulk and green grabber services be canceled along with the collection center? Is it one and the same, or are they separate? And you kind of indicated there might be something else afloat. I don't know what it is. My last question, is there a currently undisclosed agenda to lease or sell the collection center land? If yes, to whom, why, and for what money reasons? When you get to fees, this fees for the landfill, that's an essential service. I don't think there ought to be fees for essential services. Fire, police, trash collection.
Thank you.
Shouldn't be there.
Next up is Joseph Reichel, followed by David Jones.
Okay, my name is Joseph Riegel. I live at 13647 Greystone Drive. I would like to express my thoughts for your consideration regarding the proposed reduction of hours at 4 city facilities, plus the proposed closure of the Citizens Collection Center. Recently, these proposed changes were announced to the pertinent advisory boards. What if things had been done differently? For instance, what if somebody had gone to the senior advisory board and said the city council is considering closing the branch connection on Saturdays, as well as closing the center at 5 p.m. on Wednesdays and Thursdays, plus eliminating the branch connection bus? Good ideas, bad ideas? Please advise us. Or what if somebody had gone to the sustainability committee and said the city council is considering closing the Citizens Collection Center? We want you to advise us. Good idea, bad idea? You have 1 year to get back with us. Please advise us. You could also do this. Go to the natatorium this Saturday morning, which is tomorrow at 7 a.m., and talk to patrons saying, beginning in December, the natatorium will not be open on Saturdays until 8 a.m. Good idea, bad idea? Please give us your thoughts. Or you go to the recreation center this Sunday afternoon between 1 and 4 and talk to patrons saying, beginning in December, the rec center will not be open on Sundays. Good idea, bad idea? Please give us your thoughts. The mission statement of the City Council is to build a vibrant, dynamic community that consistently seeks to improve the quality of life for our residents. Likewise, the City Council's vision is to be a city of the future with a vibrant and diverse economy that supports beautiful parks, great amenities, and friendly neighborhoods. By reducing the number of hours that our city facilities are open, do you accomplish your mission and your vision for our city? My thoughts for your consideration on the proposed 2.75 cents property tax rate reduction are as follows. Bad timing. You give us a tax rate and then you take it back by the new residential trash collection fee, $30 per year for seniors and $60 for everyone else. By then proposing to diminish our amenities by closing city facilities by 5 hours per week. Bad timing. A 2.75 cent property tax reduction means that the city would have about $2,700,000 in less revenues this year and next year and the year after that and every year thereafter. After 10 years, the city's revenues are reduced by $27 million. What else could we do with $27 million? One, maintain our great amenities by not reducing the number of hours each facility is to be open. Two, keep the Citizens Collection Center open for another year to give the Sustainability Committee time to advise you. Three, buy another ambulance or engine or truck or even a quint for the fire department. Four, buy some additional squad cars for our police department. 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Jones, followed by Debbie Polkman.
My name is David Jones, and I own a home at 3554 Golfing Green Drive in Farmers Branch, and we live in District 5. I'm here today to protest the proposed reduction of hours in 4 city facilities, specifically the natatorium, the rec center, the branch connection, and the library. Unfortunately, there is a false narrative that has been circulated that claims that the proposed cuts are at low traffic periods and therefore the impact of the proposed cuts would be negligible, if felt at all. This simply is not accurate. First, the natatorium. I use the rec center every Saturday morning starting at 7 a.m., and there is a line of people waiting to get into the natatorium for the current opening time of 7 a.m. And when I advised the people waiting in line last Saturday morning that the city council was about to move the opening time back to 8 a.m. on Saturdays, they were, number one, not aware, and number two, not happy. They were also not happy to learn that the natatorium will be closed on Sundays. Second, the rec center. On Thursday, August 15th, I came out of a meeting at the rec center at 8 o'clock p.m., which is the proposed time that the rec center will close Monday through Thursday. The rec center currently stays open until 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday. The rec center was full of people, including the workout area, the basketball courts, the upstairs workout area, at the precise time we're proposing closing the rec center. Since then, I've gotten feedback from many people who work during the day, and the only time that they can use the rec center is after 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Those people were also very unhappy to learn that the rec center will be closed on Sundays. Third, the branch connection. I've spoken to multiple seniors who use the branch connection, and they were very unhappy to learn that the branch connection will be closed on Friday afternoons and closed altogether on Saturdays. They ask, why did we spend a significant amount of tax dollars to renovate the branch connection only to close early on Friday afternoons and close entirely on Saturdays? Fourth, the library. Working people who currently use the library from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday will no longer be able to do so. I'm here today to push back on the notion that everyone wants a tax cut. No taxpayers like to see their tax dollars spent in a wasteful, frivolous, or corrupt manner. Taxpayers are receptive to cutting the fat from budgets, but that is not what is happening with these proposed cuts to these 4 facilities. These proposed cuts are not cutting fat, they're cutting to the bone, and we are impacting our fellow citizens' lives in a very negative manner. Here's my ask. The total proposed 2024-25 budget reductions amount to $954,000. The proposed cuts to the 4 facilities present a total of $76,000. That's from the trifold, which is 8% of the total proposed cuts. Can we get the $76,000 cuts from somewhere else by cutting back the hour, other than by cutting back the hours at these 4 facilities? Or step back, take a bigger picture perspective. How wedded are we to a tax cut of 2.75 cents?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up,
Hi.
Debbie
Yes,
Pochman, followed
I'm
by...
Deborah Pochman.
Pochman, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Pochman, it is. Kathleen Schroffnagel.
I live at 14042 Prestwick, where my husband and I have lived for 38 years. This is the first time I've ever appeared before you guys. I don't even know who my district person is, but I stand here with my pool towel and my wet hair because I just came from the natatorium. Where I go, I hop in my little 12-year-old Honda Accord and I go, the 3-minute drive over to the pool every afternoon, usually between the hours of 1 and 3, when it's proposed that they're going to shut down. Now, I got to tell you, we're not covered up with people. It's not Saturday morning there. It's not the young, fit guys who are in the have you ever been there? Have y'all even been to the pool? There are 4 swim lanes. It's a beautiful facility, and I give a shout out. Paul, I know you're watching, and Haley, they do a great job, and I love that facility. I'm there, like I said, every day. The people who come in the afternoon, probably, honestly, we couldn't walk unaided from here to the parking lot for various reasons. But as we age, and I believe the demographics of the city show we're aging, we are more and more going to water-based exercise. So those of us who were going to the rec center, if at all, my husband included, is dragging their you-know-whats over to the aquatic center and getting in the pool and doing what we can to hold on to what little we have left. And so I would urge you to, and I appreciate your asking, well, who is there? I'll tell you who was there this afternoon. One woman in the lane next to me was swimming very slowly. She was almost floating. I was the only other person in one of the swimming lanes. 5 people were in the warm baby pool, is what I call it, because we, as I said, all needed help getting into the facility to begin with, and they were doing the best they could to retain or regain what limited motion they had. And with that, I'm going to urge you to do, as you had suggested, to reclaim the hours that you're proposing to remove. And I promised you, Councilman Roman, that I will get involved sooner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Schaffnagel, and then Becky Fisher.
Hello, I'm Kathleen Schroffnagel, 2516 Collingwood Drive. I grew up in Carrollton and moved a mile to Farmers Branch almost 39 years ago when I got married to my husband, who, the reason I'm just now starting to participate in this, sadly, was diagnosed and 6 weeks later died. And so my spring and summer, I have not paid attention, pardon me, to anything that was going on until like this week. I learned an awful lot today, so a lot of things I was going to bring up, I'm not right now, based on what others have said. You're hearing my comments. You guys have answered questions. I don't have a whole lot more constructive to say than my fellow citizens have. I appreciate your time. I really hope you guys are listening. Of all the things that we've done through the years, this has been one I've really been raising my eyebrows on, going, some things maybe tweak here and there. 501c3 is a possibility to do something is excellent. Let's go back to the drawing board, or maybe get involved in it a little sooner, and I promise I will get back into paying attention to what's going on. Thank you all, and thank you, my fellow citizens.
Thank you. Please accept our condolences. Becky Fisher, followed by Christy Diamond. Christy Diamond, followed by Colleen Rulin.
Hello, I'm Christy Diamond. I live at 3180 White Marsh Circle, and I'm in District 5. So many of you are my friends, so I respect the work that you do, and I thank you for your service. I'm here really just to represent the west side of District 5 and some in District 3. Basically, in my area where I live, most of our families have children under the age of 10. So Halloween in the park is a huge deal for those children and for those families. And to remove that would be a shame. I am not for a tax cut. I don't want to save $80 and lose all the benefits for all my friends and neighbors. I mean, the most important things for the children in my district are the Firehouse Theater and Halloween in the park, the Bluegrass Festival, which I understand is being moved out of the historic park. I don't know if that's true. I hope it's not. And, I think Denton Drive Live brought in a lot of activities. So I don't see, I will point out, and I don't want to embarrass you, but happy birthday, Barbara. She and I worked on different budgets at American Airlines. I worked on billions of dollars, and she did too, in a different division. So usually when we had to do budget cuts or had to look at savings, we looked internally to our staff. And I know that there have been some reductions in staff within the city, but I think that overall, I know that sometimes some good ideas would be to take a 10% reduction in salaries of people who make over 6 figures, maybe reducing one person out of each division. I'm just saying you need to look internally at themselves to see where they can do budget cuts instead of taking it out on the citizens. But I don't think you are, and I don't think you will move to do this to us. So I'm looking forward to having you support the families of Farmers Branch. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Colleen Rulin, followed by Tim Wright.
Good evening, folks. I'm Colleen Rulin from 3223 Whispering Oak here in Farmers Branch. Been here about 20 years. I appreciate all the conversation you're having about this current budget, and I would just like to make a suggestion on some observations I've picked up on as I come and visit y'all regularly. I do not believe we have a person on staff that is qualified to write scopes of work for contracted work. We have 4 major projects in the last 3 years that have lost millions of dollars from oversight. And I'm not blaming any person, any department. I'm just saying there's got to be a better way to do this. My last understanding was we still do not have a CO for Venue 1854. That makes absolutely no sense since we had an open house many months ago. I don't know what the problem is there, but does the city hire a construction manager to stand between the city and the contractor to know that you're getting it delivered? Y'all are looking at nickels and dimes. And I'm gonna say one more thing. This city feels like it's moving towards a fee-based income versus tax-based. And if I understand the tax cut properly, the businesses are not losing any services, but they are going to have benefit from it. And if I'm incorrect, please let me know. So we're taking things away from our citizens that do live here and rewarding the businesses, and I'm not saying that's always bad. But between those 4 projects, I came up with close to $10 million that did not have to be misspent or mismanaged. And I don't know whether it's in the estimating of what the project's supposed to cost when y'all propose it, but as we all know, the bond for the branch was $2 million, and the actual work that needs to be done is 2.6 something. So right there, we're almost a third over budget from the original budget. Roger, I have to thank you for bringing out and pointing out at the very first big group meeting we had, there's no way that you can hand somebody a tax cut with your left hand and use your right hand to charge them a trash fee. That is not transparency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Tim Wright, followed by Elizabeth Villafranca.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Wright. I live at 2633 Farmers Branch Lane. I want to take a different approach here, guys and ladies. I've worked for startup companies. I've worked for privately funded companies. I've worked for family businesses. I've worked for public companies. I've managed $100 million budgets. I've managed $25,000 budgets. I don't know how you guys make a budget. I know how we do it in business. I have a son that's a CPA. I have lots of friends that are CPAs and the tax attorneys and all kinds of other things. I know that when I look at a budget, I start with zero base. You guys don't have to do that because you have an income that's pretty much steady. However, over the last 10 years, as somebody pointed out, that budget has increased 85%. Over the last 7 years, it's increased over 50%. And yet I'm hearing that somehow we are not able to cut not even 5% of a budget. By the way, the numbers don't add up because 100 or 1.86 million at 2.7 cents, and you're telling me $1 million is 1 cent. That doesn't add up. So let's not get into that right now. Let's just get into the fact that somehow, if I grew a company 100% in 10 years, and I did a review of that company, or I brought in a consultant to do a review of that company, I guarantee you there's 25% that I could find that wouldn't hurt people, that would be cut. Just like somebody before us said, project mismanagement. I also see our debt has grown. Our debt has almost doubled since the time our budget's doubled. Well, wait a minute, if the budget's doubling, our city size has actually shrunk in the last 5 years, according to the census. How is it that we're spending more money on the same amount of people, basically? Where are we spending it? What are we doing? Where are we wasting it? I didn't hear one person talk about that. What I heard was our services are what has to be affected. Gentlemen, ladies, I would say we need to review how we make a budget. We need to review how departments run, because with autonomy, I'm in the autonomy business, guys. I've been in technology for 40 years. There are many studies out there that say as you increase your technology footprint, your number of hours go
Thank you.
down. I haven't seen
Thank
any
you.
of that.
Thank you. Next up is Elizabeth Villafranca.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Villafranca, 3130 Brook Hollow Drive in Farmers Branch. My husband and I are business owners at Josie and Valley View at Cuquita's Restaurant. So we pay taxes as business owners and as residents. I really appreciate the exercise that you've done and all of the work that you've done to try to be fiscally responsible and try to do the right thing for the citizens. I do know that you are in a really difficult position. A third of you think that everything you do is great. The other third think that everything you do is rotten. And the other third probably don't know what's going on in the city. But I really would like to just share with you that I don't think that it's worth an average of $8 a month for us to cut all of these services. I don't think that it's a wise decision. And I think based on the number of people that are here on a Friday night, I think that you would probably be able to see what all of us are saying. It's just, we're not getting rid of any fat. It seems like we're getting rid of goods and services that people are accustomed to. And I know a few of you mentioned about the process started in February, and I think that most of us made an assumption that you have been elected to kind of see what's the best for all of us, and I don't think anybody thought it was going to be this extreme, and that's why everybody's here. I know that you've been looking at every possible alternative, but maybe the collection center can open maybe 1 day a week or 2 days a week, and maybe that would help in some way. Maybe, you know, for some of the city events that we have, maybe we would be able to charge non-residents a fee to come and enjoy our 4th of July events, all of the wonderful things that we have at the historical park and other places throughout the city. That might be a way for us to get some income in. I still am a little bit concerned about the mosquito abatement. I just don't know if we haven't had any cases because we've been spraying, and I really would like to have sort of clarity on the whole mosquito thing. People seem to be really freaked out about that. And then unrelated to the budget, I just want to share with you that I can't understand, I'm still trying to get my head around the whole road diet that had already been voted on, decided, we already had the money for it, we already had the grant for it, and I just can't understand why you voted against it. You know, all of the studies show that those roads are made. We're not using Valley View to the amount of cars that it was intended for, and it just baffles me. I wish that we could go back and look at that in some other way and get that money and do what we promised the citizens that we were going to do. Appreciate your time and thank you for your work.
Thank you. That is all the folks that I've had sign up this afternoon to speak. Council, I'll start my right. Oh, yes. Absolutely, absolutely.
To my staff, a lot of residents here have asked questions with common themes. So Jawari, will you coordinate them coming up here to respond to some of those questions, to provide feedback on some of the questions that were brought up and concerns that were brought up? Sorry, I hope this will make it clarify some of that stuff was very serious. And I want to make sure my staff addresses it.
Tammy Zimmerman, Director of Finance. So let me answer some of the questions in regards to, if I think I've heard some of the questions, the 2.75% or 2.75 cent
Cents.
tax rate reduction it includes, it's the effective tax rate reduction. Separately, we have a proposed, well, it's in the ordinance, effective October 1st, a trash fee of $5 per month for residents and $2.50 per senior citizen. There was discussion on evaluating every department as far as a zero-based budget. So we do get together with all the departments, and they have to substantiate all of their expenses. That's a lengthy process that starts around, well, we put out the budget to the departments in January. We have full discussions with them in May. We have several conversations with the departments on every single line item of their expenditures. We do also have an open public bidding process for all of our projects. They are awarded bids that are approved by the City Council. We have project managers on several of these projects, large projects. You also have the general manager that's awarded the bid that's in charge of those. I can't speak to the specifics of the event center. That can be addressed by our Department of Community Services. Is there anything else I'm missing?
A little bit. So part of it would be is, I'm not aware of $10 million in overages from projects. The other part, I would say
No.
that's not something I've seen in the budget. The other part, that would be good for now on that one, just the $10 million in overages. We have a contract manager that we use that's independent of the winner of the award that manages the project as a professional on our behalf. And could you also address why the public, when they look at a budget, they'll see a budget that's one year $187 million, the next year that's $168 million. There's a misconception out there about that's the budget moving because of how we're spending, but can you explain those mechanics as to why they'll see the budget make those jumps some years and how we're trying to clean up that communication?
So we have several funds where government's based on fund accounting. So the large, and we have it in the trifold. When we're talking about $167 million budget, that's all of our funds. We have hotel motel, we have our capital projects. We also have this breakdown of what our citywide budget contains. 53% being our general fund. That's the majority of your operating budget. That's where your police, your fire, your parks and recs, your public works, and then we have some of our general government where we have human resources, IT, city manager's office. The majority of the remaining parts of our total operating budget for all the funds is going to be in your capital improvement projects, and that can vary each year as projects come and go. We had several large projects that were funded by grants from the federal government. The American Rescue Plan, which we are still wrapping up some of those projects right now. We were awarded about $11.9 million in grant projects. We have our water and our sewer and our stormwater fund, which makes up 19% of our total operating budget. And that acts as its own separate type of business run. It's called an enterprise fund. We base our fees that we charge utility customers based on the expenditures and the revenue that comes in. General fund is, and we've discussed this before, it's if you were going to give blood, a general fund would be your universal donor. It can contribute to these other funds if there were a need or something were to come up and we had the excess in general fund, we could pay for them. The reverse can't be said of the other funds. Did I cover most of it?
And one last thing, because this was also mentioned a couple times, is cutting fat versus cutting services. This budget is generating more or less from revenue than last year versus this year in the proposed budget as it currently sits. And I'll give the explanation as to why, but I just want to confirm that in its current form, the budget is generating less revenue from the residents than last year.
Correct. We were challenged this year with so we have the major components of our revenue for the general fund, the main operating fund for the city is 52% of our property tax. And then we have the next largest is sales tax. We had a challenge this year in that a lot of our revenue sources, in particular sales tax, has decreased. We are seeing a decrease in our property tax as well, and that comes from, we have still 2.9 billion properties that are in litigation and protest and review. We are having to pay back there's a clawback now of some of those cases being settled. And so when we put out this proposed budget, the first page of the budget is stipulated by the comptroller's office and the form and the actual font size on what you need to say, and there's a calculation in there. But this particular budget is a decrease in revenue this year from last. Did I cover that?
Perfect. And for the council knows this, but for our residents, as they mentioned earlier, the council knows more about the internal workings of the city. One thing that's happened over the last 18 months is the consolidation of departments and the reduction of executive level positions. So Tammy's position is not just your finance director, it's finance, fleet, and facilities. The fleet and facilities director position was eliminated as an executive position and then turned into a reporting position to Tammy. Perla Tavera, who's our director of economic development, tourism, and planning, you're seeing these consolidations of departments to where there's a reduction in directors and using that headcount to manage it more effectively. And recently, with a change in communications, Stacy Henderson, who's the Director of Administrative Services, absorbed the communications function under her umbrella. The communications director position was eliminated and reclassified to a public information officer. So for the public, I hope you know, as your city manager, I am consolidating and bringing departments in to reduce the number of executive positions in the budget. And you'll see that when the proposed budget is printed. Go back 1 year and look, you're going to see more director positions. Go back 2 years, you're going to see even more. And even in the city manager's office, I've had a 2-person team from the city manager and deputy city manager positions. Prior to that, the last couple decades before that, it was always a 3 city manager team. It is currently a 2-person team. There's 1 city manager and 1 deputy. And so we've been streamlining those positions, but that comes at a cost. They work a lot. And so I just want to make sure the public knows that these staff members are working very hard. They're getting more responsibility. They're doing more, but it's allowing them to meet that efficiency that the council's asked for me to have and responsibility with the staff. So they're getting more responsibility and more work. There's less of them sitting over there today than there was 3 months ago, 12 months ago, 24 months ago. I think Rob is next.
I just want to clear up a few items in regards to some of the questions that came up. I guess when it comes to our medians and some of the landscape, we have had challenges over the last couple of years with some of the drought conditions. We've had also some of the ice storms the last couple of years that have wreaked havoc on some of the medians. We do know those are a priority to citizens, and we are doing our best to try to get those back up to snuff. We're trying to replace plants where we know we've got some areas that need to be replaced, but we've got a lot of work to do. And so we are going to be moving forward and trying to get a lot of those areas landscape back up to the standard that I know that the city wants. And so that kind of speaks to that. We do have, there was another question I think about just some areas in particular. There are areas within the city that I do know don't have irrigation, and so that's challenging as well. We've got park areas that not every park is irrigated, and so not every right-of-way is irrigated, and when those weather issues come through, we do have to go back, and we're actually this past summer, a lot of areas on Valley View where you had some of those shrubs and things in right-of-ways, staff was going and having those areas cleaned up just because of the the damage that they had suffered the recent years. So there's quite a bit of work to do. We're chipping away at it as best that we can, and we'll continue to do so. Just the questions about also the venue. The venue is under Parks and Rec currently, and we have a temporary CO to keep that facility open. We're working through the punch list items with the contractor. We hope to resolve and go to a full CO here very, very soon, but that is still in progress, and so we're working through those issues, but the facility is open and the public is able to use it. In regards to the branch connection, we were able to have, as part of when the bond was passed, we just approved the second phase. We are performing some value engineering. We've reduced, I believe, almost $100,000 worth of items in this next phase. We'll continue to look at that as we go into the phase. Phase one has come in right at budget, and so we do have a project manager that's assisting the city to implement and oversee that project, which has helped tremendously. And we will continue to monitor as we move into phase two and all those expenses and monitor how we're going to spend that money. So I think those are all the questions that we had. Thank you.
So, Robert, I would just make a request, and this might be something you just put on your list to do. At this point, maybe take an inventory of those areas around the city that need improvement, whether it's irrigation or anything else, and present that list so we can start taking a look at possibly funding those needs. I'm a big believer of before we start adding new assets to the city, we need to take care of our current assets. And I said that when I got elected, and so that is something that we need to pay attention to.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Danielle Summers, Director of Community Services. I had a few questions about mosquitoes. So we've decided to take a more proactive stance rather than a reactive. So we are going to be monitoring the city for any standing water. We're going to have several staff members that are going to be monitoring, and then we'll be treating it with mosquito dunks. And so that should help alleviate the need for the fogging and stuff, because we're going to try to do it ahead of time, because that takes care of them from growing rather than trying to kill them after they've already become a mosquito. So hopefully that will make it a lot better. Any other questions?
So this is a topic that needs continual education of the public. Because what people don't realize is something like a flower pot, or there are people who have tires on their property. What happens when it rains? Tires collect water on the inside. They don't think about it. And that standing water provides enough of a breeding ground for mosquitoes. So as we move forward with our communications to residents, we might want to consider continuous education.
Yes.
To let them know what they can do, which will make a difference.
Correct. So our plan is in the first part of next year, before the season kicks in, is that we're going to get out a communication plan to kind of educate residents on what you just talked about when it rains, you can, in tires, in gutters, in, different areas of their yards or within the city, to keep an eye on it, because those are mosquito breeding areas. So we are going to get as much education as we can out ahead of time rather than right before the season.
Good deal.
And just so we're clear, the city does provide access to BTI to individual residents, correct? So if they have an area on their property that has standing water, they have the opportunity to get the BTI from the city and be able to treat it ahead of time.
Correct. We get those at the beginning of the season. We have them posted at the front counter so that if somebody comes and asks for them, show their residency, and we give them a package. Free of cost.
And excuse me, and we're still testing for West Nile.
Correct. Yes, we are. We will still be testing starting in June. And we have like 5 locations, and Dallas County does the testing. And then if we have any positive, then we will go out and treat it again with more mosquito dunks. But we're hoping that because being proactive, we will not have to, but we do have to still test, yes.
Okay. And if we have a positive West Nile virus from that test, from an infected mosquito, we are going to still spray.
We have that option, we will still have that option, but we're going to try to nip it before it gets to that point.
Okay. But if it does, we will spray.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Well, actually, one other thing, just not only for this and the mosquito testing that's done, we have found that it's, by us pushing out information to people, different people have newsletters, and we use social media, and we use other avenues to get information out to the residents. However, if you're looking for information, the city website has pretty much everything that we've talked about tonight. You can look at past council meetings. Everything is recorded. It's there for you to review. It's easy to search for a specific topic. If we're going to be spraying for mosquitoes, that's posted on the website. So if you want to check it on a regular basis, you can see what we're doing, what we've done. Upcoming meetings, whether it's a scheduled council meeting, a special meeting, anything like that, we have that posted on the website. So I highly, highly recommend that as you're browsing on your phone and looking at different websites on your computer, take a look at the website, the city website, farmersbranchtx.gov, on a regular basis to learn what's going on in the city, upcoming events, changes, whatever the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Danielle.
Shane Davis, Deputy Director of Public Works. I'm here to speak about the Citizens Collection Station. So we looked at possible cuts we could use. I'm trying to think, okay, what is a redundant service we may provide? And so you receive twice-a-week garbage collection at your house, once-a-week recycling for those who wish to participate using carts. You also get once-a-month bulk and once-a-week brush collection. Those are the main services at the Citizens Collection Station. We also offer electronics recycling, which we don't offer at your house. We offer a place for those that don't want to do backyard composting, a place to drop off composting, so food scraps, as long as they're vegetative, ideally. We have a place for textiles, but you have options in terms of Goodwill and other places you could take textiles that are in good shape. We tend to get the stuff that is not in good shape. And we also have scrap metal down there, and then just, again, recycling for folks who want to take it out there. We also have a small little location for concrete for folks that may be doing small projects around your house. If you're taking out a sidewalk and you have a truck and you have the ability to load it up yourself, we will take the concrete and take it to Big City Concrete. Then we have grease drop-off. That started off as a recycling program around the holidays for those who like to fry turkeys. It's a grease roundup. That's what started, and we just continued the service. After that, just left the container out there and paid for the service. That's what we looked at it, because most of the services are provided at your house. We thought, okay, we can cut this one facility, and it has the least amount of impact in terms of solid waste services. So that was the rationale between the Citizens Collection Station and the closure. I feel like it was, for those that have single-family homes, you get most of the service at your house, or you've got the option to have most of those at your house. Any questions about, for electronics, the thought currently is a long time ago, we used to have HHW, shredding, electronics, all in one vent. That got to be overwhelming. We did it once, and that's how bad it was. After that, I split them all up, and the ongoing service I prefer, just a little easier with electronics. You can go down there every weekend, but we can go back to the service, tie it to the shredding event, and offer that same service for electronics. It's just not as frequently. You don't have that convenience going down there every weekend. Like I said, you still have recycling at your house, you have garbage disposal, you have bulk collection. In terms of the concerns, is it going to add more time to our routes? It'll add some. We get about 7 tons a month down there. One of our trucks holds, the big truck now will hold 4 to 5 tons. So will it take longer to get to the route? Yes, it will. No lie. Is it quicker for you to bring it down there and us just to haul the box? Yes. but we still haul that material for you. So it will impact our bulk week a little bit, but it's nothing we can't handle with the current staff and equipment. I'll be quiet now and listen to any questions y'all may have or concerns.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Shane. I've had a number of residents provide feedback about this particular item, the Citizens Collection Center. I will say I've been back in Farmers Branch now since 2015. I'm very, I'll call it industrious at my house.
Yes, sir.
I cut a lot of wood. I create a lot of trash, a lot of big stuff. And not once have I visited the Citizens Collection Center. I've used the monthly bulk pickup. I know when that comes, and so I plan my projects accordingly. I know we had comments from one resident regarding the length of time it took for the city to get the trees from that big storm.
Yes, sir.
That was an anomaly.
Yes, sir.
It was a very big storm, and it wasn't just Farmers Branch. It was impacted, but a lot of areas. But I've also understood that there are times when there are people that are running businesses, perhaps out of their home, or they just live here and they're able to take stuff to the Citizens Collection Center. It's not necessarily refuse from their home, but it's generated as a result of their business.
That can happen, yes, sir.
It can happen. Does it happen often? Do we not really know?
I'm not sure we have a good feel in terms of how many are doing that. I've been out there a time or two and I've seen some with a van. So if you show up in your personal vehicle, but if it's all cabinetry looking wood, most of us don't typically do those projects, at least fill up an entire van full.
Same vehicle, same people, similar materials.
So I'll tell you, our brush and bulk guys, they know who, if you put a toilet out every week, they know that.
They know that.
And they will let us know and we will address that appropriately. So
Okay.
I will say they're more apt just because they run the same route every time. Whereas Nigel, our employee out there, I'm sure there's some folks he knows are regulars.
Right.
But if you're a regular and just showing up just because you want to get out of the house, that's one thing. Whether it's enough to really say someone could be a contractor, if Nigel has that level of information, the number of patrons we see, I'm not sure, but certainly what you propose certainly probably does happen.
Yeah. I mean, clearly it seems that there's an argument to be made that this is really an amenity of convenience, that there are already services available. We just might have to change the way that we use them in order to save some money and make better use of those dollars. And that's obviously our job up here. Is there an opportunity, the cooking oil collection, we're talking about, doing a once-a-year grease roundup. We do, was it 3 or 4
Shredding events.
paper recycling events, that kind of thing? Is there an opportunity for maybe once a quarter, or maybe it's once a month, whatever it might be, to have organizations that are in these kinds of businesses that they take this stuff for free? Like if I want to change the oil in my car, I have 5 quarts of used oil. I can go dump it at the auto parts store. They take your oil because they take that and recycle it. Is there an opportunity for us to have this recurring event where you have grease pickup or oil pickup, you have paper recycling, you have electronics recycling, all of that's going to happen in one place once a month, and it's all done by outside organizations with some kind of interest in that material?
We can certainly look into that. For those who have been here a long time, you may remember the drop-off sites we used to have in Farmers Branch.
Right?
I'm glad those are gone because they're unmanned. There's some things I'd find in those containers that were appalling is the best word I can use. And
It's kinda like the
unmanned is my concern,
The
but
dumpsters in front of Lowe's where you can go take clothes, but you find couches and toys and all kinds of
if
stuff.
that's all we found, sir, that'd have been a nice surprise, not raw chickens and other things I'd find.
Right.
So, as long as it's a manned event, we can certainly look and see what we can find for folks to be willing to come in on a regular basis to provide those services. That's something we would pursue now if we're going to get away from this site.
Okay.
I just don't want to do unmanned because I've seen what happens when things are unmanned.
Not suggesting unmanned.
Thank you.
I can completely see that being problematic. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Shane.
Thank you. Anything? Shane, I want to have a moment with you because you are the expert on the landfill also. And so I want to talk about the landfill, the trash fee, because there's been some comments about that. I'll go back to when I first started on city council, and you know this, that's 7 years ago, and I brought up, 7 years ago, we had an estimated life of the landfill, whatever it was, between 25 and 28 years at that time, I think. And looking at that, there's a liability associated with the landfill. And it has to do with the closure of the landfill. Because when the landfill closes, it costs a lot of money, and then the city has to manage the landfill for the next 30 years after it's closed. So the liability 7 years ago was about $30 million that would have been required when the landfill closes. Well, here we are 7 years later. Now, back then, when I started on council, I was the only one who brought this up, and I said, hey, this thing's going to close one of these days. We need to start collecting money, more money, so we make sure that we have that $30 million sitting in the bank. And I suggested $1 a month added to the water. That's what happens so many times, not only with landfill, but with public work projects like sewer replacement and other things like that. It gets kicked down the road because budgets don't allow for it. Well, last year, after I was elected mayor, we had a different council. Two of these council members weren't here. But the council at the time, with Councilman Merritt and Councilman Bennett, approved accelerating the collection of money for the landfill. That $30 million is now reported to be $40 today, with an estimated life of 22 years on the landfill. $40 million today if it was going to close. 22 years from now, well, what's inflation going to add to that? What are other factors going to add to that? Interest rates and whatnot. So the previous council that I came into passed a $5 a month fee, and I'm only talking about regular residents, not seniors. $5 a month fee, which was going to be in place for 5 years. Then it would go to $10 a month for 5 years. That's 10 years. Then $15 a month, that's 15 years. And then $20 a month, that's 20 years, okay? When the landfill closes, and this is what people need to know, and it's unfortunate that the woman who asked about medians and made a deal about that, and then the landfill, they left, so they're not here to hear this. But when that landfill closes, we are looking at, I'm going to say somewhere between $30 and $40 a month to have our trash hauled to probably South Dallas, because we will not be able to accommodate it. The landfill will be closed. We're paying for that landfill. It's a liability to the city because we have to maintain it, monitor it, and make sure that it stays undisturbed for the next 30 years after it closes. But we've had the luxury for all these years, and whenever the landfill was first bought, I can't even remember. City fathers back then who decided to spend the money to buy this land to make a landfill, brilliant idea, brilliant. But it has a finite life. And so this trash fee was instituted to do two things. One, accelerate the collection of funds for the closure of the landfill, so we would have enough money at time of closing. And two, to prepare us for the day when we have to start paying for trash service. And you will have to pay. There's no way around that. You know, Irving, City of Irving, they own their own landfill. They collect their own garbage, and their residents pay $33 a month for garbage collection. So we have not had to pay for landfill or trash collection or green grabber service and whatnot. The revenues that we get off the landfill have provided us that benefit. Have I said anything incorrect?
No, sir.
Okay. So this is something that should be very important to every person in the city. Recycling should be very important to every person in the city. You know, if you ever went up to the landfill and looked at this giant hole in the ground, I think it was about 150 feet deep at the center, I don't know. And then you look next door to a pile of dirt that's 350 feet tall. That's 500 feet worth of garbage. Anything we can put in the blue bins, I would say about 80% of that is not going to go to the landfill. There's stuff that people put in the blue bins and it gets sorted out at the sorting facility and it ends up going to a landfill, not ours, but it goes to a landfill. So this is something that is near and dear to me because of the huge liability. And we don't think about that every day. But to me, it's just as important as making sure our sewers work and that we have good water service coming to our city. So I just want to provide that basis for instituting the trash fee. And again, if I'm incorrect in anything, please tell me because
No.
you are the expert.
No, if we hadn't got the permanent amendment we did back in 2018, we'd be sitting in front of each other trying to figure out how we close the landfill, where's that money coming from? Without that permanent amendment we got, I project we had probably 10 years of life back then once the DFW landfill closed. So we're now trying to figure out what are we doing next with our trash and where's it going? So that expansion, which gave us, I think, 32 million more cubic yards, gave us this extra 20, 25 years of life to use. But yes, there is a large liability hanging out there. And yes, the cost we have today, we reassess this cost every year. TCQ gives you an inflation factor you have to apply. Plus, every time the site grows larger, that cost gets bigger because you got more space you have to close. So the cost today is based on the current configuration of the landfill, not the entirety of it. So as the site gets bigger, the cost per acre goes up because you have more acres. So yes, every year that fee, we need to have will change on an annual basis.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman.
I just have a quick question. So I know for seniors, it's $2.50. How is that treated, the fee is treated for those who are disabled?
For what?
Disabled?
Right now, it's set up as, I'll have to check the ordinance. I believe it's set up as seniors. I'll have to see if it says has disabled in there or not, as far as that caveat. That's an
Okay.
easy change we can make to the ordinance, sir.
Okay, yeah, I think it's important to include them
Understood.
together, yeah.
We'll double check on that, and if it needs to be fixed, we'll fix it. Yes, sir.
So one consideration for council, as we're having this budget discussion, is we could essentially fund a year of trash fee for residents out of this 2.75 cents, if that was a desire of council. So I just put that out there so we know that that's something that can be discussed. All right, thank you. Anything else?
Because of where we're at in the budget coming in 2 business days, staff needs to know we're changing the tax rate and where that either excess or decrease in revenues will go.
Okay.
And I believe the residents, I think they're waiting for that
Absolutely.
finalization as well.
So we have heard from residents. I'd like to go down the line, hear what council members have to say. So we have to come to some consensus on this. City staff has to put this budget together. And as I said at the very beginning, time is running out. So Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, and I think many of my comments were confirmed by most of the residents here this evening, and just we'll go through some bullet list of items that I'm not in favor of closing the Citizen Collection Center. I'm not in favor of the trash fee. Thank you, Colleen, for those kind words. As many of us know, that once a government puts into place a fee, it never goes away. So I'm going to be cognizant of that. Thirdly, as I mentioned, I'm in favor of restoring these hours to the various facilities. I think that's important to our residents, confirmed here again tonight, as well as the Halloween in the Park event, which I'm hopeful we can get put back. Again, confirmed by many of the residents here. But the last comment I want to reiterate is that I'm still in favor of a tax rate reduction, and I'm hoping that we can get to at least maybe 2 cents, if possible, at this point.
So let me ask you, with the slide that was shown regarding Citizen Collection Center and collecting differently, are you in favor of that?
Sure, if we can get creative and maybe they charge a fee or reduce the hours or some other ideas that could be brought forward.
Okay.
I'd be open to having that discussion, certainly, yes.
Okay, very good. Councilman Jackson?
So I'll say that, yeah, once we start charging the trash fee, it won't go away. Because at some point, we got to close the landfill. And then once the landfill's closed, we're going to have to pay somebody to take our trash away from Farmers Branch. So that fee's not going to go away. It's just that how long of a period of time do we want to wait before all of a sudden we've got to start charging the fee? The numbers say we're already behind. I think $5 is a pretty painless on-ramp to begin that process to accrue for the trash. So if you want to use the decrease taxes, increase fees, like we're taking money out of one hand and putting it in another, I don't agree with that because, as Tammy explained, you can put money in some funds that you can't take money back out of. And so that $5 that's on the water bill goes straight into the closure, post-closure fund, and it can't come out for any other reason than closure, post-closure. So I would support sticking with the trash fee. I would concur that anyone who's on the tax rolls as a disabled should get the same treatment as a senior. That to me makes sense.
Would you support paying this first year of it from reducing the tax rate from 2.75 cents?
I'll get to the tax rate.
Hmm?
I'll get to the tax rate. I
Oh,
have
okay.
Other items.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm going to go back to the comments I made earlier. All of these items on those two slides, I think it was 3 and 5. If we put all those back into the budget, we're looking at roughly 1 cent or 1 cent. But what I would call exception to would be the branch connection bus. I'd say we cut the branch connection bus. There was not only maintenance costs, but liability, and there are other ways that we can transport branch connection members to events and things outside of the city without creating liability for our city and having this ongoing cost. I would favor closing the Citizens Collection Center, given the multitude of overlap and the other options available to us. The mosquito approach, albeit may not be completely understood, my understanding is that what we're anticipating doing is the same or better than what we're doing today. We're just doing it differently, and we're saving $50,000 doing it. The contract services, eliminate that. That's going to be $60,000. So that would be restoring the hours of all 4 facilities back to what they were. The one facility that I am flexible with would be the library, and that 1 hour at the very end of the day or at night, curtailing Monday through Thursday, instead of closing at 9, closing at 8. The library, my understanding is, and this is coming from a couple of years ago in the study of the library, a lot of people that use the library are not from Farmers Branch. They're from outside the city. Do I recall that correctly? I know, Ben, you weren't.
In the past, there was, because we had an agreement with the town of Addison, so we had a lot more users from coming over there, but it's a wonderful facility that is highly utilized. The biggest thing with the hours on the library is we did a study of surrounding cities and libraries, and we have more hours than almost every city except for one with the one library system. So it was rebalancing, and that recommendation came from the management firm that manages the library with how they would restructure the hours to be more efficient. So
Okay.
that came from the experts.
So the Farmers Branch library hours are an outlier to other libraries, and so that, to me, makes sense to curtail the library hours. Denton Drive Live, I do have a question about that, because we said we don't have Denton Drive Live anymore, it's at the historical park, but we still have those events, and so there's still a cost there of $50,000. Okay. I'm flexible with that. I think it's a great thing, but we have a lot of events, and if we're going to curtail some costs, that's one that I'm flexible with. If I take all of that, instead of the $1.1 million, we're down to $700,000, give or take. That's 3/4 cent. So we could restore all of the hours of the facilities, give or take the library, keep a number of other services, and still have a 2-cent tax rate reduction.
I might pipe in here that we have, in a couple slides, I'm going to go over the surplus, that we have suggestions on what we can do with the revised budget. And one of them being $1 million to the landfill closure, post-closure. That could be used to defer the trash fee for a year. That's a suggestion.
I understand.
Or there's possibilities of reducing it to $1 or $2. But those are up to the council.
Understood. Understood.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Roman. Councilman Reed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Going through the items, as far as the events.
Can you put slide?
My
either
apologies.
3 or 5 back up,
Yep.
just so everybody can follow along. Which one are you looking at?
I believe on my thing, it's 3. That one there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The Denton Drive Live concert series, I know we're canceling that. For the last few years, we haven't had the ones in July and August because it's been too hot. And there's still a cost to plan them, get them set up, reserve bands, things like that. So eliminating those 2, I think that's what we're talking about, not the whole series, just those 2 months. Halloween in the park, we had talked about, I know Rob had brought up looking at maybe some, a revision of the program, given the new setup in the historical park with 1842 and all that. That's something that I'd like to look at and maybe bring that back at a later time. As far as the facility hours, I'm all for keeping the aquatics hours in there, the rec center and the branch connection, but based on the impact that, the financial impact that reducing just 4 hours, 4 nights a week, I think that that's something that should be removed. Community garden, I think that's something we should reinvest back into and look at options down the road as far as, we talked about the 501(c). There's something I'm looking to explore with other entities to try to get some assistance there. Citizen Collection Center, I'm in favor of closing that down, again, because of the service redundancy that we have. And we've talked about implementing other programs, whether it's a quarterly or, every 4 months or so, opportunity to recycle TVs, all, those items. Because like Councilman Jackson, a lot of the folks that had reached out to me had mentioned how, oh yeah, it's a great convenience. I use it 4 times a year. Someone brought it up, they use it 6 times a year tonight. So it's not a heavily used facility by the residents. And again, a lot of those services, most of those services are already being provided, and we can make up for the ones that aren't. I'm fine eliminating trails. The Parks Master Plan, we have a large amount of money in a fund set aside for that. We're already putting $200,000 in, so we're just reducing it by $400,000. And if it's something at a later date that we need to address, that's for a specific expenditure, that's something that can be brought to the council to review. Branch Connection Bus, I'm fine with removing that, talking about the liability issues. Contract services, I'm fine eliminating that. And as far as the mosquito approach, again, I think the program and the plan that we have in place is I don't want to say sufficient. It gets the job done. It gets done what we need it to do, and just eliminating the blanket spraying and being more target oriented, I think is the way to go. Is there anything else that I missed? Trash fees. To be honest, I'm in favor of the $5 trash fee. It was brought up that once we add these fees, they aren't going to go away. We know they're not going to go away. Eventually, they're going to be here permanently. So why not wean ourselves into it, get it established, get a head start on building up the post-closure fund. I know we're already contributing, but the more we can do with the front end, the current value of future money, and the interest that we would gain on those funds sitting in an account, I think will benefit us very well in the long run. That's all I got.
One thing to point out too, just for residents' benefit, is money that goes into the closure fund for the landfill, those are restricted funds. So it's not like we can take that money and use it to fix a road someplace or build a building. It's only for the closure of the landfill.
Thanks again, Tammy. I'm against the trash fee and would like us to look at budget cutting next year to make up for that. I'm okay with closing the Citizen Collection Center because of the redundancies. I I'd like to restore the hours except for the library. On the slide that's up right now, let me. I think I'm fine with everything else on the slide. So,
Okay, community gardens,
yeah, that's okay.
Is it adding back or cutting?
My understanding was we were just going to pay for the water.
correct. That's
That's
the 26th
okay
cut.
with me, yes.
Yes, so just the water, okay. Did you have anything on this particular slide?
I'm okay with all of those things also.
Okay, I'll make it super quick. So I think in terms of the community garden, I think we should add that back in, and then also the facility hours with the exception of the library. I'm fine with everything else. Thank you.
No, I need consensus.
Okay,
So,
so,
Tammy, can you run through what you've heard? 'Cause we've had a diversity of thoughts on this one. We need absolute direction. So Tuesday, it has to be locked in going into Tuesday so we can prepare the documents because staff will be working through the weekend to make this work. I need to know exactly what's going back in from the council. There's been a lot of different ideas here. And Tammy, can you summarize the themes that I believe are consistent for the most part and then where we need future or additional clarification?
You want to match your list against mine?
yes, that would
Okay.
be good. So let's just go
Okay.
down the list.
So the majority, and this is what I was writing, majority want to add back the hours to
Facilities, except for
branch
the
connection.
library.
Yeah. So to the four, that was the
That'd be
majority.
about 76,000. And then as far as events, I believe we were
question?
fine with all of that, except for bringing back the Halloween in the park.
Talking about the hours, I thought the majority was not including the library.
That's what I
Well-
had.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
Were you,
I think we almost all said the hours restored except for the library.
okay, I didn't hear what you said. Okay, yes, except for library.
Okay.
There you go.
And then we have, as far as the events, I believe Halloween in the park, we want to have it brought back, but it's too late for this particular budget year. So that would be for next budget cycle. Denton Drive, I believe the consensus was to leave that out, meaning that would be cut. I believe I had that for, well, I had that from Reed.
Okay.
Maybe I don't have consensus on that one. On the Denton Drive live concert series, the 50,000.
Okay, let's,
I'm fine cutting that.
Okay,
okay.
so
We're cut-
all of the events we're leaving out
Except Halloween in park. For
for
next year.
next year. So
Okay.
those all remain. Okay. Community garden, I believe I have consensus to put that back in. Not cut.
Oh, yeah. Community garden, yes. Water remains the responsibility of the city.
Hold on, just to clarify, this, are we keeping the cut of 26,000 or are we adding it back in for the maintenance and materials and maybe next year ease into it if they can do a nonprofit or other sources since it's so close to the budget?
Yeah, so what I was thinking is just giving them a longer runway, because one of the things they said was that they were just completely unaware and
So
caught them by
we'll-
surprise.
We'll keep the 26,000 this year, but look at that,
Next year.
the cut for next year. There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Then on 5,
Citizens Collection Center, I have.
consensus was cut.
I have a close, I have close, I have restore, and I have close. So yes, consensus on that. So that remains. Trails. I don't believe I have consensus on this particular item for 100,000. So the only one that specified directly, I believe, was Mr. Reed.
So the consensus was to cut, give me show of hands on, huh?
Preference, just
Express your preference, please. I'm sorry. Citizen,
Mayor, why don't we do this? Why don't you say support or not support
Okay.
each one?
all right, so
Get a consensus
citizens,
without voting.
please express your preference for supporting or not supporting Citizens Collection Center. Those for,
Is it supporting the cut or supporting?
yes, supporting the closing, let's make sure we get this right, supporting the closing of the collection center.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Close. Okay. I had, on the trails, support the $100,000 cut? Yes.
Okay. And then the
Parks Master Plan, support that. Reduction,
Okay.
reminding people that money still goes into that. The Branch Connection Bus was a cut.
Okay. Contract services.
Contract services, reduce.
Okay.
And then the mosquito, the revised mosquito approach, which would save $50,000. Everybody's
Okay.
on board with that.
So I'm going to summarize.
Hmm?
For the actual budget amounts being put back in, I have the hours excluding the library, which would be a total of about $76,000, and adding back in the community garden for $26,000.
Yes. Would it be possible after she finishes this little piece to take a
Yes.
break? Y'all can talk to your rest.
Yes.
So 102,000, so .102
We
would be
good with-
needed to add back to the tax rate. So we will come up with the actual tax rate calculation on that one?
You can jump around, yes.
Y'all good? Good. Okay. There you go.
Okay.
All right. So at this time, I'd like to take about a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go to C1, which is the Mercer Crossing Master Development Agreement, and then we'll come back so you can finish the rest of your report. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. So we're going to have a little adjustment in our agenda right now. We're going to go take a pause on C2 and go to C1, which is consider approving Resolution 2024-135, authorizing the execution of the Third Amendment to the amended and restated Master Development Agreement with CADG Mercer Crossing Holdings, LLC, related to the Mercer Crossing development, and take appropriate action.
Mayor and Council, Robert Diaz, Parks and Rec Director. I have Brock Babb and Travis Biber with Centurion American. If you have any questions, but I'll zip through this presentation. These are items that we've seen previously, and so I appreciate the council being able to take this evening. Just to kind of get everybody brought up to date, we did start this development in around 2017. There is an agreement currently in place. Part of that agreement has infrastructure for the park area. The development agreement has had multiple amendments to the agreement. This would be, I believe, the fourth amendment to the agreement. Let me see. What we're going to focus on this evening is what's left, and artwork was something discussed at our last meeting, and also the tree installation. So this slide shows the proposed artwork that the developer would be putting in. Just to highlight some of the items from the development agreement, we are actually allowing the developer to have about 180 days, which I don't believe it'll take that long, but we've given them that max amount of time. They already are working on foundations for the piece of artwork. This is the proposed artwork. It's the mourning dove. It's about almost 6 foot tall and about almost 4 foot wide. The approximate location is going to be in this, if you look at my cursor here, it's in this area. We already have trail in place, and this is kind of the approximate area that foundation will be going in. In addition to the artwork, the other item on the amendment is the payment for the trees. The city wants to be able to put those trees in, not only due to the timing, because we're still we have almost 100-degree temperatures coming in. We don't want to put any trees in now, and we want to do it when the city puts in the irrigation, and that is the obligation, the way the current agreement is set up. And that's all that I have. That's the main points of the agreement. I'll answer any questions. Like I said, developers here if they want to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Robert. Councilman Roman. Oh, Councilman Baird, Councilman Reed.
No, just I'm excited that this is going to be moving forward.
Councilman Neal? Councilman Jackson? I have one question.
Yes, sir.
And that was when I was reading through the developer agreement, and I just wanted to make sure. It was in section 2A, had related to the planting of trees. The developer is required to put in 67 trees, okay? Can you go back to the?
Yes. Oh.
Okay, so my question was, did whoever put this plan together take into account what these trees would look like at maturity? So they're not growing into each other, they're planted right now with enough space to allow, so we're not having to come back and cut trees down later?
Yes, sir. I mean, we have a plan that the landscape architect performed when they did the concept, or they did the actual plans for the park. Developer paid for all that. We will go, that'll be our base plan, but if we see when we go out and do the landscape, because the city will be installing the trees, we'll go by that plan, but if we see that there's issues with how they're planted, the locations, we can make modifications if we need to.
Okay. Very good. And y'all are good with that? Excellent. Okay. This item is marked for action, so, any further discussion? No? Seeing none. This item is marked for action, so I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I motion that we accept resolution number 2024-135 as written.
Second.
We have motion and second. If you would, please indicate accordingly. Very good. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Appreciate your patience for being here, and look forward to getting this project done. All right. So now we will go back to C2, which is discuss proposed fiscal 2024-25 budget and service levels, and resume with part 2 of your report.
Council, Jamie Zimmerman, Director of Finance, Fleet and Facilities. Okay. That's not me. Okay, so this part of the budget presentation for this evening is just to quickly go over some of the changes that will be going into our proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. These are changes, part of a cleanup. We were notified of some grants that were awarded. There were 3 grants, $464,000 for pickleball, $75,000 for the police license plate reader, $55,000 for the cybersecurity grant. We were also notified of changes with the health clinic, where there was an early termination of the contract that wasn't successful, so there'll be some cost with that. The public safety radio costs have now been confirmed, and we have that in a slide, just 2 slides down. We were also notified of a grant that we weren't awarded for, and that's the outdoor warning system, so we'll be removing that. And then there's some fixed asset purchases. What we do with the budget process, when we're talking about the revised budget process, is we're asking our departments, is there some savings? Are some things that you haven't been able to spend, and what can we put towards the revised budget for 23-24? One of the items that popped up was that our IT department needed to roll these particular projects into next year because they are tied to the PEG fund, the IT and PEG combined project for the broadcast AV, and that's $365,000 that will need to be rolled. And then the $235,000 access control systems. This was brought before City Council at our mid-year adjustment, and they are just still working on getting those bids. We have fund reconciliations that we do with our revision of our current budget. And so that kind of changes the beginning balances that were presented in the proposed budget. So those will be updated with the proposed budget. So a lot of this is just cleanup, and I just wanted to make the council aware of those changes. Is there any questions or concerns on those?
Question?
Okay.
Go ahead, Council.
Okay.
Tammy, what was the reason why the grant for the outdoor warning system was not awarded?
Let's see. I'm trying to recall the exact wording. Chief Latimer, do you recall why we weren't awarded?
Daniel Latimer, Fire Chief of our fire department. I don't have the exact wording right here in front of me. That's something we've had for a few years through our emergency management office that we applied for. And it goes through our state, but through FEMA. And however, they come back and it was not approved. I don't have the exact wording, but it's something we've had to roll actually 2 years because FEMA is pretty slow on these things. And we just were not awarded it. There's nothing on our end. It's FEMA.
So I presume that they just only have so many dollars to dispatch to so many applicants, and for
Yes,
some
sir.
reason, we weren't picked.
Yes, sir.
I'd just be curious, just in follow-up.
Yeah,
when
no
you get
problem.
the
I
answer.
can get Luke to give that to you.
Okay,
We'll get it
great.
to all the council.
All right, thank you. That's all, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Anything else?
Okay, and then we have our, if you recall, we are going to have on the September 17th City Council meeting, we have the vote to approve at the same time our revised 23-24 budget and our proposed 24-25 budget. So part of what we're doing this evening is we've gone through, and now that we have 11 months of activity, we're shoring our budget up closer to the actuals. So we start our budget process where we conservatively estimate our numbers. We don't want to overshoot our revenue projections. So what we have resulted in is 2.65 million in a surplus. And that is mainly from interest income, court fines, our ambulance permits, and landfill revenue. And so we're providing recommendations and suggestions on how to use the surplus to fund one-time expenditures. So your tax rate that you adopt is for ongoing, continuous expenditures. The surplus can be used for the one-time. And that's on the right-hand side, some suggestions that we've listed. You'll see that they far exceed the 2.65 million. Our needs, are greater than what we have remaining. But this list is also listed in order of priority. So we have put a suggestion of 1 million to landfill closure post-closure fund, 750,000 in the public safety radios. Remember, we just got the confirmed numbers on those radios. And then 500,000 for a fuel tank replacement at our Keenan Service Center. That would be removing it from our Sinlac Public Works area and Parks area to Keenan for better use. And then we have elevator replacements. We have parts that are no longer supplied for our older model elevators, 2 here at City Hall and 1 at the library. And then we have an animal shelter roof replacement as we're going through the process and getting designs for the expansion for the animal shelter that was based on a donation. We would need to replace the roof along with that. And then, of course, the council was informed that we are no longer renewing our warehouse lease as those prices tripled. And so we are trying to find improvements at our existing facilities at Sinlac for some of our warehouse storage. So we could always utilize some more funds towards those. And then 1.7 million is a suggestion as far as increasing our fund balance reserve for the general fund to 90 days. We're currently with our budget at 84 days. Is there any questions or suggestions on what you wish to do with 2.65 million?
So I have a question, and the council might want to consider this. The animal shelter roof, could that be paid for from
The
the
donation?
donation or the estate?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what we had originally planned on.
Okay, so if we take that off the list, and if we waited on the improvements of Sinlac Warehouse, the other 3 are items, or excuse me, the first 4 perhaps are items that we would maybe consider of higher priority. However, the elevator replacements at City Hall, I would say, probably need to be done first or second. Public service radios, the elevator replacement, fuel tank replacement, and then whatever's left over go to landfill. I don't know. What does council think about something like that?
I like that, I like that strategy. Question I do have, fund reserve to 90 days. I know we currently have a AAA rating.
Correct.
Thank you guys for that. That's incredible. That's going to save us a ton of money down the road. Does that impact that rating at all?
No. So what we have listed in our policy is a 15% low, a 20% high target fund balance, and our preferred is specified in 90 days. So when our rating agencies looked at our fund balance reserves, which was key to our AAA rating upgrade for Fitch, we had adequate reserves right now.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Don't hate to see your
More
fine-
than adequate
fine
reserves.
work
So
be,
they were very
be
happy with our
impacted.
reserves, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree that the radios are a priority, as is the elevator. Those are two that I would definitely want to have on the top of the list.
Everybody else?
Can these surplus funds be used to reduce our tax rate?
So again, the reduction of the tax rate is an ongoing future down the road. These are one-time expenditures, so it's a one-time surplus. And they were created from, it wasn't from your property tax or your sales tax. So if you applied it in reducing your tax rate, then you might not have the surplus next year. And where would you would be at a lower tax rate. So that's the only concern on that
You
end.
cut spending.
Councilman Roman?
Will you tell me again, what was your proposal?
So I'm suggesting the the radios first, elevator replacements, so that's 1.3. Then the fuel tank replacement, that's about 1.8. And then whatever's left over, put towards the landfill, towards additional funds towards the closure fund. Leave your dollar in the jar. Because the roof at the animal shelter, we can get that essentially paid for with other funds.
Yeah, no, I think I'm fine with those. I guess maybe I was trying to maybe get to the fund reserve to 90 days, but I find it shocking that it takes that much money to get to 90 days, because it's just 6 days.
6 days is expensive.
Yeah.
May I ask a question before you
Sure.
finish your thought?
Yeah.
Mayor, why wouldn't the improvements to Sinlac be included as a priority?
You could, my thought was that we could probably bite that off at a later date,
Okay.
maybe in the mid-year budget, I don't know. Ben, do you have a thought?
Council, as you're considering all of these, like I said, they're one time we do a conservative approach, and this time you're not seeing any surpluses from sales tax or property taxes. This is truly, so interest income, it's hard to forecast interest rates at 5% for a whole year. You'd be foolish to do that, so we didn't. We were conservative in that approach. Court fines are a reflection of the focus on traffic in the city, so that manifests in different ways as well. And again, the landfill seeing excess use during the storm events, and so that money, if it goes in there, it can't be used for anything else but closure, post-closure. But it's good to be in this position, is what I would like to say. It's really unfortunate if you hit this position and we're having to say there's not enough money in the budget. We need to use fund reserves and balance. So this is a great position to be in, but there's always more needs than there are resources. So it's where do those come from? And some of these come in at the last second. And one of the questions we sometimes get is, how long did we know we're going to have these numbers? And some of these are coming in the last weeks of the years. Everybody's numbers are shoring up. For example, the radio quote came in this week with final updates and numbers. It's just like, oh, they're expensive. But the one thing for my council as well, though, is this is just allocating the funding, except for landfill closure, post-closure, that's locked away. For example, when the radios come, the council will have to approve that purchase. So it's just allocating funds for future council decisions.
So I would be fine, having that 90-day reserve is important. We set that as part of our policy. And so instead of contributing additional money to the landfill, to the closure fund, if we use those additional funds to get us, it would buy us a day and a half, 2 days closer to 90. I'm guessing.
I'll argue the other point. The landfill closure is something we know absolutely is going to happen and we need to fund. And that we need to fund. And the fund reserve up to 90 days may never be used. We may never be in a situation. So, and
that is
we
the-
have so little debt that our AAA bond rating is great, but
Our stated policy is 90-day reserve.
we
So-
can change, we can make it an 84-day policy.
I don't know how that would affect us rating-wise or anything like that. That's for Tammy to advise us on. But, I mean, all these things obviously are very important. But let's don't lose sight that we're going to be putting an extra $484,000 into the closure fund through the trash fee.
And I'll just add on to what Ben mentioned. This $2.65 million surplus is a 3% delta from our general fund original budget. So we try and get very close.
So I guess just a question about the warehouse storage. So I know that we've got to be out. Are we already out or
We're very
at the end of this
close.
month is when we
So
leave?
the target, at the end of this month, so by the 20th, everything needs to be out of there so we can do some cleanup in the final walkthrough.
So the improvements for Senlak would include what?
Well, we will actually be bringing to council, so we have to do some asbestos remediation. We'll do some reconfiguring of the offices and the storage areas over at Senlac. We have to replace a roof. There's wiring involved that needs to be above ground. That's an old landfill site, so we can't dig. So there's additional costs that have come up with the renovation of Senlac. And so we're bringing some of the storage over there. We have a metal building that the concrete was approved and that was poured to provide storage. But there's ever increasing cost with that older facility.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, what we're doing right now is there was concrete poured in, that's where we're storing our
It
stuff?
will be a metal building that was already previously purchased that will be installed over there. It just hasn't yet.
Okay. I guess just given that we're a little bit pressed for time, I think the warehouse storage, just from an investment perspective, I think is probably a little bit of a much more higher priority for me than the elevator replacements at this time. I'm happy to support the public safety radios, the fuel tank replacement at Keenan, and then that should leave us about 1.45 million left, and I'm amenable to what we do with that remaining amount.
I will mention that we do have funding for Senlac, and we have found alternative places for storage until some of the building, until the metal building is completed. But we know at the end of the day, our project over there at Senlac will cost more. So it's not an immediate.
Okay, so when do you need the funds?
We will, that's probably a project for mid-year, if we have the excess.
And if we
I would
don't?
push the elevators above Senlac is my only concern.
Mhm.
We had some issues this
Okay.
past week.
Which are? What are the issues?
We had our
Did someone
deputy
get stuck?
director
Did
of
it
Public
fall?
Works
Did-
stuck in the elevator.
I mean, what-
Yes.
Okay. So what happens if you don't have the funds for the warehouse storage in mid-year?
We are making do. We're renting a few storage facilities temporarily.
Okay. How many residents use the elevators to go to the second floor?
That I don't have that number.
Okay.
Now, when we have study session, that's an increase, but we do have two major departments that are up there with our parks and our public works, economic development.
Okay. I think for me, radios for sure, fuel tank for sure. I'm happy to, support also any money going into the closure fund. And then I'm amenable to the remainder of the amount to, I guess, public safety, radios, fuel tank, and then whatever else anybody wants to do. And then any delta that's remaining, I'm happy to support that to go to the closure fund, but I'll defer to my colleagues and see what they think.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
It sounds like the elevators might be pretty important, particularly since we got rid of a big staircase in the lobby. We still just have the one staircase over here, but we have two elevators. Is there an ADA compliance concern if our elevators are not working properly?
So we have, one of our elevators is ADA, and that is the one that is over on this side.
Okay.
So that would be the recommendation, to go with that one first.
Okay.
In particular, I believe the library elevator is quite old.
Right. Yeah, and that one's used by residents.
Correct, so
Only, right.
that would probably go second.
Okay.
First and second, it's interchangeable on that one.
So I'd be supportive of public safety radios, fuel tank, elevator, and then whatever's left to landfill closure, post-closure.
Okay.
Seems to me like the improvements to the warehouse storage situation is maybe next on that list.
Okay.
But that's the order I'd put forth.
Councilman Neal?
Yes, can you tell me what are the issues with the fuel tank at Keenan? Or are there, or what's?
So we will need to replace our fuel tank. We do have inspections with TCEQ. We are moving our existing fuel tank that's over at Sinlac and moving it over to our Keenan Service Center, where our vehicles are repaired. So it's an easier access for fueling, and will include our diesel, which will make it easier.
So there's not a problem with it, it's just some of this reorganization work?
I believe we do need to do some major expenditures towards the existing, so this would go hand in hand in improving the situation for our fueling.
Tammy, are the existing fuel tanks below ground or above ground, and what is the
The
change? I believe that's part of the
existing is
cost.
below ground, yes. Yes, I could.
Mark Moffitt, Park Superintendent. The fuel system that we have right now, they're above-ground tanks. They've been above ground for about 20, 25 years, and they have reached their life expectancy. And they have to be exchanged, so they're looking at moving them down to the Keenan Bridge facility versus the Sinlac facility.
Justice Center is below ground.
Yes, Justice Center
Yes.
is below ground.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, I would be in favor of $750 for the radios, of course, $600 for the elevators, and the $1.3 million going to the landfill. I know we had a lot of discussion here just tonight about the landfill and the need to get that balance built up, so the more we can put there, I think it would align with the comments that were brought up earlier today.
Okay. So
I'm good with the elevators. Yeah, so the radios, elevator, and fuel tank, and then the remainder in the closure fund. I'm happy to do that. I didn't realize the ADA compliant piece, so thanks for that.
radios, elevators, fuel tank,
And then the remainder to the closure fund.
closure, okay. Councilman Gray? Okay. Same, okay.
Okay, so
Well,
I have
consensus has radios, elevators, fuel tank, and closure fund.
remainder, okay.
Okay,
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
all right. So
Any
you
further
have
questions?
direction?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. That is all of our regular agenda items. I'm going to read us into executive session, which is item D1. The city will convene into a closed executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, for the purpose of seeking confidential legal advice from the city attorney regarding the Firehouse Theater's facility use agreement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. We appreciate it. And we will be back later to report outcome of executive session. Welcome back, everybody. We have no action to report as a result of executive session. However, I do have some very good news, and I'm going to turn over to Councilman Roman.
Thank you, Mayor. As a result of the executive session, we recognize that there are opportunities to better communicate with our business partners like the Firehouse Theater. And so as a result, we would like to give direction for our city manager to rescind the termination letter, as well as give direction to our city manager to finalize the facilities use agreement with the deadline of September the 17th, 2024.
Very good. Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no further business this evening, we will adjourn at 8:07. Thank you very much.